Today, I'm going to be the MC for this program, for the morning session. So, likewise, like Philemon Akash did yesterday, I'm going to do the program facilitating for this morning. So, I would like to ask the audience, how did you enjoy the program so far? Can we get some feedback? Was it bad? Was it good? Do you all feel it was good? And also, how did you sleep yesterday? Are you feeling rested? Are you ready for hard work again, taking in a lot of knowledge? Wonderful. I'm sure you will enjoy it like we did yesterday. What do you think about the things that we did yesterday when we started with the first video presentation until the end of the day when we finished with Dr. Fellinger? Any comments? I can see you, some say they enjoyed it. Any other comments? Some said they were very tired after a long day. Yes, you're right. We also enjoyed it. You know, it was a lot of information. Now we will continue with our program. We hope that you will be as excited for today's program as you were for yesterday's program. So let's follow the program according to the way that it is set out. So the morning we have one presenter. He's the National Director for DEFSA. This person is also a member of the World Federation for the Deaf. And he has a lot of experience and knowledge in various different areas. So we would like to welcome him to start us off with today's program. Our first speaker's name is Bruno. And this is his sign name. And he is from South Africa. So we hand over to Bruno, and we look forward to your presentation. You are welcome to the front. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Thank you so much to DEAFNET and Reverend Utsmith for inviting me to be part of this program. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here and participate in some of your committees as well. DEAFNET has done a lot for us in Africa. And Reverend Smith has been our leader. And he's been part of DEFSA even as a member at a time. I thought you'd already retired, Reverend Smith, and here you are back working so hard in the deaf community again. But we're happy to have you, just so you know. I'm also grateful to all the different countries who are represented here. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you to DEAFNET for hosting this event, where today I will be speaking about leadership. How and where we will be attending to leadership in our communities. How to bring communities together, how to lead those communities, and how to work with DEAFNET in the rest of Africa. I've informed the World Federation of the Deaf president that I will be coming to this conference, and he sent his regards to the rest of this conference, and hoping that we will continue with the wonderful work that we're doing. So they are aware of this conference in South Africa. I hope that in future we can have the government representatives here as well. It's very important that they know what the deaf in Africa are requiring, what support they need, not just from one government, but all governments, because that is an important relationship to establish. There's a lot of work being done in Southeast Africa. Leadership training is happening because there's a lot of political turmoil there as well. There needs to be more training for our deaf communities to understand our role in uniting our communities. So we need more leadership training. Leadership is a very important component of our communities. When you receive your training as a leader, you continue to with lifelong learning. You're never finished learning how to be a good leader. So the theme is a quote from our Honorable Nelson Mandela. The youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow. Our youth are extremely important. Do we have representatives from the youth? Those are the ones we need to focus on as well. Many deaf organizations don't focus enough on our youth, in uplifting them and bringing them into the fold. We have a lot of youth who have great ideas, but we suppress them as the older leaders. We need to open our organizations, making sure that we grow with the changes, because the youth are the ones who can bring those changes forth. So we've had different leaders in different areas, right? In education, for example, in our deaf societies, we have deaf leaders, and we also have deaf leaders in sports. We don't just have the formal deaf leaders from deaf organizations, but we have different groups that have natural leaders that come forth. We need examples for our youth to look at. So the question is, are you a leader? Are you a leader? Do you lead? Are you? No. The reason that I'm asking when you're saying yes is because you've chosen yourself to be a leader, or has the community kind of pushed you into that position when you say yes? What kind of leader are you? Usually, when you're a leader, it's not something that you say yes to. When someone asks you, are you a leader? Do you say immediately, oh yes, I am a leader? Do you? The deaf community looks at a person and then starts looking up to that person. It's not something you choose to be. It's something you're chosen for. So when you say yes, when I ask you, are you a leader? Is it because you have selected yourself to be a leader? Or has it something that occurred organically, where the deaf community has selected you, not formally, but on a non-formal way, as a leader? Now remember, a lot of deaf people have challenges with literacy. Does that make me a leader because my literacy levels are higher? No, not necessarily. Many organizations out there like to say me this, me that. I've done this, I've done that. It's all about me. But it's not. It's about the organization. It's about how you lead that organization. So being a leader, is it just by standing here? Or is it by doing the work? Or is it by leading a workshop or a meeting? Is it only in a formal capacity? It's not. It's every day of our lives we have the capacity to be leaders. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When we see our pastors, they are a leader in some way, but they don't just lead us on a Sunday, they lead us from Sunday to Sunday, all through that week. And the same way, we as leaders, we need to work from Monday to Sunday, 24/7. You will be a leader. It's like your family life. When you're the head of the family, you're the head of the family. You never finish being the head of the family, right? Once you're a leader, you will always be a leader. You will always lead that group. If your wife comes to you asking for something, your children is watching, this interaction. You negotiate with each other. Your wife wants to buy something expensive. And the children watch how this happens. And the children grow from this. So the same way, the way you conduct yourself on a daily basis will be watched. And other community members will copy that behavior. Because you know how to lead. You know, when we have meetings, we like to be social after the meetings, right? We party, but as a leader, you don't arrive and get all drunk at that event. You are still a responsible individual. You don't start fights. You don't start any discord. You make sure that everything is peaceful and loving. You can't come to a day event as a leader, but tonight go home and have domestic violence in your home. You're a leader outside the house as well as inside your home. A leader is confident and is always a living example. When you're a leader, you work towards improving other people's lives. You're not a leader because you are taking from others to improve your own. Always remember, a leader is focused on the people around him, improving their lives every day, fighting to improve their lives. And that's important to remember. It's not about your own life, but that of the community around you. If there's discord in the community, it's because you haven't taken care of them. So remember, as a leader, you need to not just focus on your own, but that of the community's lives. Make sure their lives are good. Make sure they have access. Make sure they attend meetings and participate. Those are all important things. So often there are meetings that happen between adults, right? But we often forget to invite our youth representatives. We often forget to have a program that focuses on the youth and their needs. Because we need to train them and develop them from a young age to become leaders in the future. Many deaf individuals require further support. They need direction to know if they're going in the right, or if they are making the right choices or not. It's not about you and not giving to anybody else. You don't receive everything and then keep it to yourself. You are open to the community that will come to you and ask for advice and ask for guidance, and that is your role. If they make a mistake, you advise them, you give them some mentoring and help them to be a better person. But you give them positive and constructive information that will help them to be a better person. And that positiveness, that constructive way of doing things will then grow and be part of the rest of the community. Now, if we look at a leader, there are certain characteristics that a leader should have, right? We can't all be the same. We are different. And some of these characteristics I would like to talk about is, first of all, the ability to communicate. As a leader, you need to have the ability to communicate clearly. You can't be like, oh, I'm sorry, and then this way, and then that way. No. When you take information and convert it to how the deaf community can receive it, you need to be a clear communicator. If your signing is right and clear, the deaf community will understand. So communicate well. But also, you need to check that your interpreter is also following you and making sure that what you are signing is being said in a spoken language. So as a leader, communication is extremely important. If you can't communicate, the same problems will occur 1,000 times over. Okay. Our next characteristic is tone setting. When you're on the front, when you are leading a group, you are assertive. You don't shout at people, telling them how things must be done and demanding things. No, you've got a calm demeanor. You are expressing a tone for this specific meeting. You don't lose your cool. It's not an emotional moment. You need to keep your calm and communicate in a calm and professional way. That sets the tone for that gathering. Another characteristic is the ability to give feedback. And that feedback is almost seen as coaching. By seeing that the leader is positive in the feedback that they give to you as a deaf person, you learn how to do it to someone else. If you make a mistake, you're helped to constructively do it better next time. It's okay to make mistakes, even as a leader, and I expect my community to come to me and explain to me or say to me when I've made a mistake. It's important to also be open to feedback. The next characteristic is self-management. There might be a person in the background saying, listen, your time is almost finished. I cannot go saying, no, shut up, it's my time, I will do what I want to do. You cannot tell me as the program director. No. You've given a time, you know what you need to do, and you plan that you can manage all the information within that given time. You need to know how to manage yourself. If you are told this program is now finished, you finish and you have your seat. Don't take it personal. It's not about you. Remember? The next characteristic is coaching development. So I'm developing and growing, but I also need to share that ability to develop the community through coaching. The next characteristic is about decision making. The ability to look at a matter from all perspectives, listening to everybody, and then making a decision. We don't exclude, we include. And then by including everyone and their opinions, my decisions as a leader will be supported. Okay, if you don't have that support, decisions cannot be implemented. The next characteristic is about courage and risk. Sometimes, as a leader, you have to take a risk. You don't know what the outcome will be, but you take the responsibility of that risk. You must have the courage to take that risk. The next point is relationships and power. Oh, this is an important one. Building relationships. I need to have a good relationship with everyone as a leader. A leader can not only focus on one group, for example, just the Muslim community. In South Africa, we have a diverse group of cultural groups, languages, all of that. I need to be able to connect with people, irrespective of their religion or their background. I have a lot of power as a leader, and I need to make sure that there's a balance. I'm not there to take things away from people and to control people. I'm there to maintain a balance and to build relationships. The next one is to have innovation and change as a leader. Sometimes change is required. There are some ideas on how to bring the change about. I don't just suppress those ideas. I, as a leader, I need to be open to accepting and receiving those initiatives and work towards implementing that, and then get back to those initiative leaders and tell them how it has been implemented and check in with them so that they feel, wow, they've contributed to this change. But you need to also be responsible as a leader to say, listen, change doesn't happen overnight. It takes a lot of time, a lot of hours of planning before you can even implement a new plan. And it's a process. Change takes time. But change can also happen quickly, or it can take a very long time. So there are many challenges that a leader would experience, and this is the list. As a leader, you are the responsible one, and you have many responsibilities. However, you're also able to delegate, right? But when you delegate, you don't just leave it with that person. You still check in, you provide the support they need, and you guide them so that they can also grow in that responsibility. Eventually, they can do it on their own, and they can give feedback. When I delegate, I make sure it also fits in with the overall plan. Have individuals that do certain parts of the plan. If there's no understanding, then you follow up with that individual, you go for a cup of coffee, and you clearly discuss what the responsibilities are of that delegated activity. It can be quite a lonely position as a leader. You know the famous football players? Sometimes we all think they are amazing, they must have so many people around them, but they often complain of loneliness. And that loneliness is very dangerous. It can easily lead to negative thoughts, negative feelings, and feelings of not feeling good. So it's important to know that being a leader is often a lonely thing to do. When you look at the president of an organization or a director, you as the members, go check in with the leader. Ask them, how are you? What can we do? Don't just think, hey, that's the leader, they know what they're doing, I'm not getting involved. We want you to be there for us as leaders. We also experience a lot of backstabbing. People who will say negative things about you behind your back, but then smile at you when you are in person. So as a leader, make sure you've got a thick skin. Make sure that you are already expecting negative and uncomfortable comments coming your way. Many people will love you, and many people will also hate you. Remember that as a leader. You will never be loved by everyone. There will always be people who don't appreciate you, and that backstabbing will occur. But make sure that you can come out stronger the other end. And you're always welcome to confront or to go and talk to that person and in a peaceful way try to resolve the issues that they might have against you. But always remember, there will be someone, your friends even sometimes, your best friend can also turn on you. And these are things that happen in life. As a leader, you already know that something will come at some point. Just be prepared. When it happens, you know how to handle it. It might happen, you cry tonight, tomorrow morning, you're better again. Don't think about it happening and then immediately want to leave the position of leadership. Think about it. Really think about it and then carry on. How many of you have experienced backstabbing before? Put your hands up. There you go. Many of you have experienced backstabbing, right? But you keep quiet as a leader. You continue with the work because that's the important thing. That's the focus. Because you want there to be good development, good activities for deaf children. So you focus on the work. And as a leader, you've got a lot to do. There's never enough time. We have a lot of responsibilities as leaders. And often, a member of the community will ask for your time. And even though you are very busy, you still need to find a way to balance your time. Balance your time between work, 90%, and 10% family. No, come on, that's not right. It needs to be balanced. Remember. There's one thing that always stresses us out as leaders. We cannot stress about things on our own. We need to have a team that we can stress together with. If you only do it on your own, you will suffer. You'll always have stress. Support is important from your team members. It's not about just expecting support, but it's also about giving support. You might expect support, but it's not going to come in the way that you expect it. There are many leaders like you where you feel you don't have a lot of support. Don't blame the people around you. Look at how you can change it, how you can have someone else to support you. It's not about voting you in as a leader, it's about helping the community to understand how to support. Oh, criticism happens a lot as a leader, right? Leaders are so high up that often they are the receivers of immeasurable criticism. Make sure that those people are feeling welcome to come to you and criticize you to your face. Because if you always have an emotional negative reaction to criticism, those people will never come to you to share what they think. Be open to criticism. And as you know, there are a lot of conflict in the communities. It happens. It's inevitable. When you see the conflict, don't just leave it to resolve itself. Call the people in, talk about it, mediate. And remember, problems cannot be solved overnight. Conflict will be continuous. You might need to smoke a peace pipe to get to a little bit of resolution, but whatever it takes, you do, because there needs to be conflict resolution. Because after the conflict, there needs to be unity. And the leader needs to be aware of conflict, where it's happening. It could also be with those members in your committee, between you and another committee member. It doesn't matter. Don't leave those conflict situations and hope it will be resolved. Get involved and have it resolved. It's not because you're getting involved to tell people what needs to be done. You step in as a neutral party and you try to mediate a solution. If the conflict is between you and another person, try to find another mediator who can see the situation from outside and is not as subjective as you might be. How do I know that I'm a good leader? You need to be prepared. You need to know how to be prepared, right? Does it mean that you have to read a lot to be prepared for a meeting? Or maybe tomorrow you're going to meet with a government representative and you prepare to make sure you've got your information ready for that meeting, right? And you need to double check, is there an interpreter? Is there any other challenges that might be there at the meeting? Maybe there's a conflict of interest with the interpreter. Making sure that there is a code of ethics shared with the client. Maybe there is a need for finding funding to ensure that there is a qualified interpreter at that meeting. You as a leader must make those preparation. You can never as a leader just arrive at a meeting. You need to prepare. Preparation is important because when you go to that person and you give them a proposal, they have already read your proposal or they've already done their preparation. So when you arrive at the meeting and say, how's it? And they will be asking you questions based on what you've presented. And if you're not prepared, you won't know how to answer. It would look horrible if you're scratching around in your papers looking for an answer. It's a horrible look. So please, preparation is extremely important. Government representatives know the importance of preparation. They are prepared for that meeting. So make sure that you are just as prepared. Get your information ready. So when you sit down in that meeting, you are able to answer all the questions in that cross-examination. And then the government officials will be amazed at how wonderful this project can be and then give the funding. Because they can see this is a leader that can prepare and knows what they are doing. So please make sure that we all are prepared as leaders when we go to any meeting. Yes? We do know that many deaf people are struggling with their literacy. Maybe you are struggling with yours. Ask if there's another deaf person that you know who is better with literacy. Sit down and read the text together and ask for help. Ask for people to support you. You don't have to be alone. You don't have to be shy about your own shortcomings or your own weaknesses. Know it and then ask for help. Okay, it's important because at the end of the day, it's not about you, but the rest of the deaf community. If there's a meeting that's already starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, make sure that you as a leader don't arrive at 8 o'clock. That is very wrong. If they said 8 o'clock, you arrive at 7:30. You need to be arriving by 7:30 for a meeting that would start at 8. So be on time. 7:45, pushing. Before 7:45, you need to be there. Do you know why you need to be early? By 7:45, you might need the toilet, right? You get yourself ready in the mirror. By 7:45, you need to have spoken with your interpreter to make sure that you're on the same page. Maybe your zip is still open. You need to check that you are literally presentable. Close the zip, pull on that jacket, and make sure that the presentation is technically correct and ready for you. When they arrive, you just press the button and the projector shows your presentation. Don't arrive at 8 going, sorry, let me just quickly set up my computer. Oh, interpreter, are you on board? By the time you start the meeting, it's way past 8 o'clock. If they say 8 o'clock for a meeting, you arrive by 7:30, latest 7:45. So make sure you are at the venue, at the meeting, before the time. Many deaf people say, no, it's deaf culture. I'll be there when I'm there. It's not deaf culture. It's not. Please. Is it deaf culture? Do you think it's deaf culture? That's my question. To be late. Many deaf people, they are not attentive to being on time. They go, oh, it's deaf culture. I'll be there when I'm there. This is Africa. It's by time. And it's not acceptable. It's not.
The leader must be attentive and get all the information that they need. Don't just leave everything to chance. Pay attention, watch, and learn, and have it in mind, and therefore you can respond. Do not look elsewhere without paying attention when people are negotiating a point. You need to pay attention, learn from it, and then you can respond. So your role must be that of being positive and feeding people and with information, contributing and getting feedback. Don't be nervous. You know, do it in a nice way, because anything can happen. And don't be afraid for disagreement that might happen. Discuss, agree or disagree, or you put up your hand if you don't disagree, and continue to negotiate. Don't shout at each other. It will, you know, calm down and be constructive. well, it's a problem. No, look at it, and then you can come with an idea how to solve it. But if it is happening all the time, watch. And if it is the same idea every day, you try, if there's a new idea, to see all the proposals and see if you can solve it. So be open to creative ideas that people might be having. Welcome good ideas, all of it. But it might not always be good ideas, but don't shoot them down. Accept them and take them into consideration. You know, many speakers take a long time, and they go around the block beating about the bush. And, you know, don't tell them that you're missing the point. They're going around, but they'll come back to point. You must be responsible to control people so that they stick to the point. How long do I have? I have 10 minutes. Thank you, facilitator. We compare leaders to a frog. Maybe always when you're at the board, and then the members are, same member who complains all the time, the same problem, always complaining. It is important that you listen to it and keep it in mind. Do not shut down the ideas or complain about them. Accept what is coming from the frog. You have other members who are not serious, they're just playing about. They don't pay attention, they're just doing their own thing, they're all over the place. But have that in mind as well, because they're all part of the group, whether you like it or not. You know this one. This is a very famous saying. You know, people who are always changing all the time, they say to you, we love you, you're a good leader, but behind your back, it's a different story. Do not shout down at the new ideas, you interrupt them all the time. We have people like that. Do not be over-controlling. Don't be like a rhino who runs without looking ahead. Cool down, watch where you're going. Then we have the giraffe. The gentleman is very clever. He's always looking down at people. Always thinks that you are very low. But here we have a rhinoceros, is always hippo. They come to a meeting, but they're always quiet and maybe, doze a bit. But if they're there, as a leader, watch out. And then you have those who, who are too shy to give any comment or to say anything. But you're the leader. Include them. You have your flock to look after. And here is one that is a peacock. Is always showing off. Watch me. Look at me. I'm here. They're members of the flock. Then you have the owl. They're always clever. They think they know everything. Always question, what no, but when you ask them, what is it that you want to say? No answer. That's an owl for you. Then you have the turtle. They keep to themselves. They're not, they don't want to be involved in the teamwork. They're not members of the flock, but you need to bring them in to toe the line. We come, support us. There's a cat for you. You know, shy, embarrassed, always apologetic. It's looking for sympathy. I'm here, I'm helpless. Look for those members as well. And then there are those who are always sitting there, quiet, and just watching. You try to get their attention, they're just looking at you with a dead face. No facial expression at all. Well, you know, part of the meeting, why are you so quiet? But they're just looking. No response, saying nothing. We have them in our groups, in our deaf organizations. And now there is the, the snake. It'll just bite, jump without waiting you to make a mistake, and then they bite. Are always negative. And they believe that they must revenge. The members of the group. My time is running out, but here I have some do's and don'ts of a leader. You know, social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and different ways, you know, people, put their opinion out there. So you must know what to do and what not to do, the do's and the don'ts. And you must be, you're a leader in the social media age, digital era. So you must be careful what you post yourself. You know, there might be, don't create conflicts, don't give opinion that might be taken negatively. But the best way is to actually meet these people face to face and face them and try to solve the problems or the conflicts that they have. But many people will do it through the social media, and the information goes there to everybody. Always. And that is always easy to misunderstand. The best way is to have face-to-face communication, and then you can solve the problem, and that will block this social media broadcast. Just behave well within this social media age. You can't block it. People will always do that. But if there's a problem, solve it and leave the people who are on social media who are not always going to stop. So, what I want to say lastly is that thank you very much. Thank you for listening to me, and also the deaf youth, and thank you very much, DEAFNET, for inviting me here. I hope you enjoyed my talk. Thank you, my boss, today for giving me time, and have a good conference going forward. Thank you.
We would like to thank Mr. Bruggen for his presentation. It's a very important theme that he discussed with us, and we We really enjoyed his animated presentation. You can see he's sweating profusely because of all the hard work. So let's give him a round of applause. There's a special gift that we would like to present to Bruno. And then hopefully in the future you might become a pastor yourself. Thank you very much. Likewise, is everybody happy with the presentation? Could we perhaps use some time to ask a few questions from the audience? Just very briefly, are there any burning questions? Maybe 2 or 3 questions? Can we have the first question, please? Okay. Thank you very, very much for your very animated presentation. We enjoyed it. My question to you is, as a leader, do you have deaf women who have gender equality within leadership in the deaf community? Because myself as a deaf woman, I try to lead, but sometimes it's difficult because of the inequality. So how do you encourage gender equality within the deaf community regarding leadership? Thank you for that question. In South Africa, we are very lucky because we have the first government.
We have a government that encourages equity, so 50%, 50%, and all areas must be involved. So it's 50-50, not anything less. And also in the parliament, we also have 50 equal representation, 50-50. And any government institute must have 50% equality. The universities must have 50-50 equality. So all must do that. Now, deaf community, we have accepted that. So we have 50-50 in the deaf organization. But the organization in South Africa, we have rules or regulations that say we must vote. In the 9th province, we must have vote. We must have men and a woman in each province. And if a woman wins, there must be a man as well. And so the regulations say that it has to be 50-50 representation. But it was, before it was just men only. But, now that we have this, we are accepting. It was difficult before. But the voice is very strong on equality, so we need to encourage that. Also, interpreters also, we must have, 50-50. And so we have more men, though, but it will come to be, because the rule says 50%. In some areas, it is not possible. But in the deaf community, we are encouraging that so that the women can also be set up in the organization. But we support your idea. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much for that. We only have time for another question because our time is already running out. So you could always ask Bruno more questions in your private capacity after the session. Let's have a question from the back please, or from the front, from a man specifically. Nice to see you. Good day, everyone. Thank you, Bruno, for your beautiful presentation. I really enjoyed watching your presentation and seeing how you talk about deaf empowerment. And as a deaf leader yourself, it's wonderful to see how you speak about experiential learning and sharing it with the deaf community. And the deaf community doesn't only consist of deaf people, but there are hearing partners within the deaf community as well. So, you know, there are a lot of issues within the deaf community, a lot of factors that need to be considered within the deaf community. You know, and sometimes there's inequality regarding how many deaf people there are, how many hearing people there are. And you know, you mentioned in your talk about the power dynamics and the power play within organizations is a very sensitive matter. Especially hearing people trying to do power play with deaf people, deciding on their behalf. So it's a big challenge that we face, and often, you know, especially when you come to a meeting, you have the same challenge. Next time you come to the meeting, it's still the same issue. So what advice do you have for solving this issue? Thank you very much. This recurring issue.
Right. You all know that leadership changes, never stays the same. 1 year it will change, second year it changes, so it changes. It's never static. And you all know that the deaf people always, you know, accept the hearing people and welcome them. And when they know how to sign, oh yeah, they're welcomed in the community. So the deaf people always accept, you know, hearing people who can sign well and who have literacy. But we have few deaf people who are, you know, really strong to stand as a deaf person and demand how to do things. They're few. The majority of the deaf people are always pointing at the hearing people. They know. But we have to look at ourselves and see how we can solve this problem. But what happened before was that, you know, we must have training. We must have counseling. And we must have advice. The deaf community. Because many deaf people, for many years, they have been looked down upon. They've been in the mainstream, but now they come back to the deaf community. Their mentality is different. Within the mainstream, they always thought that the hearing people are better and cleverer than the deaf people. And so coming to the deaf community, it brings a conflict. So the deaf people who are never having any hearing aid or cochlear implant, who signed very well, they don't sound well. It's difficult to be in the community. But how then do we incorporate them and interact with them? Now, deaf communities now all over the place. But we need to have strong leaders leading the deaf community. The strong leaders will stay and will. But this leadership must be passed on from generation to generation so that change can happen. But it is impossible to change overnight. It will take time. It takes time. Remember in 1994 when we became free in South Africa? Time has changed over. So it was not overnight. So the same thing with the deaf people, deaf community in South Africa are still changing. There's still contestations there, but they're changing. The good opinion is there, but it is up to the leadership to be perfect. Yes, criticize me as a leader, but you have to be a strong leader. And you must be a leader that is able to negotiate. And you must tell the hearing people not to try to oppress the deaf people. So the deaf people can stand up for themselves. Now we're saying that nothing for us without us, but it must come with training. Empowerment should continue to happen. I've shown you already the different animals that, so we're trying to support them, empower them so that they can become good leaders. It's going to happen. And that's why you need to bring them in. Don't leave them out. You need to bring them in. Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know you are all very excited, and this is a very important topic to discuss. So I would like to give a last person an opportunity to ask a question. I know before we said that our time is already up, but this is a vital matter. So could we ask next person to ask their question, please?
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis très ravi de vous avoir ici en ce moment. C'est une très grande joie de voir tant de personnes sourdes participer. Et pour certaines, c'est la première fois au sein de l'association DEAFNET. Maintenant que nous avons engagé les activités et que nous avons suivi le magnifique discours de notre orateur, qui moi personnellement m'a très bien touché. Je comprends quelle est l'importance du leadership en tant que personne sourde. Oui, parce que déjà j'ai eu à apprendre d'autres personnes sourdes qui sont passées ici avant moi. J'ai eu à comprendre qu'il est possible, malgré le handicap, d'être meilleur. Et vraiment, je comprends. Avec tout ce que j'ai pu comprendre, Souleymane et d'autres personnes, les personnes qui venaient du Ghana par exemple, et d'autres pays comme la Mozambique et autres, la Mauritanie, voilà, j'ai appris beaucoup de ces personnes. Et voilà, je suis ravi de comprendre qu'il y a encore des personnes sourdes qui peuvent avoir cette possibilité d'être des leaders, aller à travers le monde et avoir de l'expérience, partager cette expérience, apporter des discours édifiants qui vont aider à la communauté sourde pour un développement sérieux. Vraiment, j'aimerais savoir qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire. C'est vrai, nous venons des pays pauvres pour certains. Nous avons de grosses difficultés, à savoir les difficultés financières. Qu'est-ce que nous pouvons faire en tant qu'association, en tant que leader, pour toucher nos gouvernements, pour nous entraider et pour que la communauté sourde puisse bénéficier de quelque chose de bien et pour que chacun d'entre nous puisse travailler, chacun dans son association et qu'ensemble, nous puissions établir quelque chose de nouveau. Vraiment, c'est ma dernière question. Je voudrais savoir, s'il vous plaît, en tant que président d'association, quels sont les programmes, quelles sont les idées, quels sont les projets, les activités de formation que vous pourrez mettre sur pied et nous apporter, nous tous qui sommes assis ici, qui pourront nous aider de par nos notes à avoir une expérience nouvelle, qui pourront nous apporter une compétence nouvelle, des acquis nouveaux, et pour que nous puissions vraiment, en tant que leaders sourds, tous présents, avoir une compétence nouvelle et être des modèles. Vraiment, merci beaucoup pour la possibilité de parler ce matin.
I don't have all the answers to give you, but I can give you some ideas that you might try to implement. So the first step would definitely be, I hope that DEAFNET will allow that there will be future events like this, that I can be part of the program in Africa. You know, some of the initiatives that DEAFNET has operating in Africa already. So I hope to be more involved in that in the future. DEAFNET must partnership with your local deaf organization or which area you are from, your regional deaf organization, and set up a project linked to the UNCPD to make sure that the governments are following the UNCPD, the United Nations Convention on Persons with Disabilities, and make sure that it is enforced in these countries where possible, so that this capacity is not only developed but maintained within the deaf communities. So we must find out, we must do research to see whether it is being implemented, what issues they are having, and are the deaf community in those areas aware of the convention? You know, what are the disability policies, the local disability policies in that area? And understand the context and contextualize it before entering into discussions with the local government in that area. Normally, before you visit another country for consultation purposes, you need to understand what the country's laws says about persons with disability. What do they say specifically about people who are deaf? So what are the rights of persons with disabilities? What about accessibility? What kind of accessibility do they have? You know, is their sign language been given official status? So that you understand the full picture before you start consulting with their government. Because if you see the things that they are lacking, the documentation policies and so forth, if, for example, the language doesn't have official status yet, then you know how to proceed in establishing negotiations with that government. So that's a question to DEAFNET. Would DEAFNET be able to facilitate assisting in a program like that, for example? But I mean, in your government, do you have support in your area? Your government, are they aware? You know, do you, for example, have a national interpreters association? There's a lot of things that you need to consider. There's a lot of things that you need to research and find out what is already established and what needs to be established. Before, you mentioned about different projects that you could establish. That's a good idea, but before you even get to that point, you need to understand what is necessary, what is already in place, so that when you do approach the government with an idea for a project, for example, and for funding or possibilities of funding, you know how to approach it by saying what is necessary, what needs to be implemented still. Because, you know, some people like to say, no, I love you, they're full of love. But some people love to stay behind and do the work on the ground level, you know. So it depends to see some people who like to travel and represent the organizations. Some people prefer to do the behind the scenes work. So if you look at people's strong points, you will definitely be able to succeed. But you are welcome to consult me after the session. And of course, Dominee Art Smith, Reverend Art Smith as well, and see how we can work with DEAFNET in seeing how we can support the deaf in your country. I don't know what projects you are currently building capacity with in those specific communities, but we can definitely have this discussion afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you whoever has actually asked questions. And I know you still have a lot. We appreciate Bruno for the brilliant presentation. Thank you. Now I want to invite one person to really give a vote of thanks to Bruno because of his presentation. And Ashlyn, will you come and give a vote of thanks to Bruno? And he's a South African.
Ashleen received a bursary from DEAFNET, and as part of her appreciation, she would just like to hand over a gift of thanks to Bruno. Oh, here's Ashleen. Thank you very much. So part of DEAFNET, we would like to thank you very, very much for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you once again. Thank you very much for this opportunity and speaking about this topic. Now we have been thoroughly educated as to what leadership in the deaf community looks like and the challenges that we face. Please continue to work hard in your communities. According to our program, we have the following speakers. From Madagascar, we have two co-presenters who will speak about the context in Madagascar, and we look forward to their presentation. So yesterday we had a presentation about Madagascar, and today we're going to delve deeper into that. So we're looking forward to that.
Hello, everyone. I'm happy. I'm actually seeing smiles on your face, and thank you for coming again. I am. My name is Leonie, and this is my surname. I am deaf. And my parents are hearing. I come from Madagascar, and I was born hearing, and then eventually I lost my hearing at the age of 12.
So I am married, and I have 7 children, 12 children, of which some are hearing and some are deaf. 4 of them are deaf. So there's myself, my siblings. We are 4 siblings, of which some of us are deaf as well. So in Madagascar, we attended Fofoma School for the Deaf. Oh, I have already explained that I went to the School for the Deaf as well, many years ago. And after I finished school, I worked as a chef. I worked as a cook for quite a few years, and I still worked in the deaf community. Then I was offered the opportunity to go to Denmark, and I was able to spend time there with another individual, and we learned communication skills. They taught us for 8 months. And we learned and learned and learned. We returned to our country, Madagascar. And we now had the skills to employ and teach our deaf kids. And I became a teacher for the deaf children. And I did this for 5 to 6 years. And those children grew up. And if you look at DEAFNET, I also came to South Africa at Dalabat School for the Deaf, and I learned the Red Star program for a month. After that month, I returned to Madagascar. And I used the new skills that I learned about the Red Star program. And I used that in our school. And it worked very, very well for the children. They learned so well. It was a really good program. It is a really good program. Teaching them between the red and the blue and growing their literacy. It was very good. I am the president of the deaf organization in Madagascar since 2008. I have been the president until today. In 2023, there will be a change. There will be a new president for our organization. I'm not sure who, but it's time to step away. I'm also the president of an organization that employs deaf people who do woodwork, carpentry. And we have 7 individuals, some women, 2 women, and 7 men. It's hard work that we do in the carpentry, but they are happy to do the work, and they are receiving a salary. They had worked at other places and was never really happy until they joined the carpentry business. And they are very, very happy there, as you can see in the background on that image. They're all deaf. There are no hearing people there. My husband is deaf. And we have 2 children. So we have 2 children, both hearing, a boy and a girl. They are at university, and my boy is a very well-known singer in Madagascar. Maybe you've seen him before, but he's very well-known. And they both sign very, very well. I taught them sign language growing up. My heart is in teaching our deaf communities. Just like it was explained yesterday with the Red Star, and today about leadership, I have many questions, and I'm going to be approaching you, Bruno, but after, outside. In Madagascar, we follow a religious approach, but we also teach our deaf to be open. Have you seen this group? No, the picture before, if you can. No, wait, that one. No? Yes, this one, yes. Over there. Mm-hmm. It's a beautiful dancing group, right? This was the president of our modeling academy for Africa. She represented us and won a prize. She represented Madagascar in Africa for a beauty contest. This is our committee. Next photo. So my children are over here. I'm standing in the middle, and it's the one on my left. She knows sign language very, very well. Oh, and I want to show you my husband. Go back. Oh, there's my husband. He's standing right next to me on my right. Can you see the gentleman with the grey hair? Yes. Next photo. And here, what you see are adults who never had the opportunity to learn in a school system as a deaf child. The parents never sent them to any school for the deaf. But those parents have come to us, asking us to support them. And we asked them, but why didn't you send your children? And they said, well, the school is too far, they didn't have money, they just didn't have the means to send their children. Sometimes they're the age of 50 upwards, or as young as 21. But we take them in as adults and we try to teach them new skills. It does take much longer than with children, but we do try to teach them some skills. We just want them to grow a little bit, or as much as they can. I'm the only one who teach them at this time. But it's going well. And we will continue with that. And that is me. Thank you so much. You are welcome to ask questions, but that is me, and thank you for listening. And thank you for the interpreter. My co-presenter will now speak English. Thank you very much, and we'll leave it up to our signing interpreters to continue. Over to you.
Yeah, I have to multitask. I'm very happy to be here this morning with Lala and Jeanette. You have made us feel so welcome. Thank you, and it's a wonderful time of being together with you. We are wishing for more in the future. So I would like to touch on identities, deaf identities in Madagascar. But before I start on the topic, it's a very personal blessing for me to become involved in sociolinguistic research towards facilitation of Bible translation with the deaf community of Madagascar. It's personal because when I was 4 years old, my parents died, and I went to live with my maternal grandmother who was deaf. I felt privileged to live with her and tried to be her ears for a variety of situations. She had a brother who was both blind and deaf, and these two adults marked my life. Mother tongue translators doing the work, and we are a small team of foreigners who support them. And it will be the same for the deaf project that has been envisaged for some years now, and that we hope to start with very soon. Why this study? Why the study of identity, deaf identities? Language in Madagascar has been a highly politicized topic for more than 100 years. Through sociolinguistic research there, we have found that the ruling hypothesis of there being one language in Madagascar and that everybody understands and uses it cannot be substantiated. Instead, more than 23 distinct language varieties need to be developed to provide adequate access to all Malagasy for education and all effective information transfer. In addition to the 23 plus different spoken Malagasy varieties, there is Malagasy Sign Language, which is being included in a project of countrywide research on ethno-linguistic identities of Madagascar. This is the reproduction and verification of a study that remained unpublished that was done by two Frenchmen, Poirier and Des, in 1969-70, who found that if you asked the people themselves who they were, that there were 40 to 68 different self-reported ethnic identities for Madagascar. That is in contrast to what officially has been said for other reasons, that there are only 18. Here you can see on the map some of the languages marked. These are all languages that we are involved in. Below the map, you see Malagasy Sign Language. and a language with a pseudonym because it's in a sensitive area outside of Madagascar. The country of Madagascar, just for those who don't know, sometimes people think when you say there's an island that it must be this small little blob in the ocean. This is the 4th largest island in the world, and it is half the size of South Africa's area. It is larger than metropolitan France and Morocco, Spain, Sweden, and Germany. Madagascar is twice the size of the UK, twice the size of Norway. It is 14 times the size of Switzerland and 14 times the size of the Netherlands. So that gives us a little bit of context. Nearly 30 million people inhabit the island, of whom it is estimated that 2% are deaf. That makes it 600,000. This cannot be an exact number, because I don't believe they have access to everyone who is deaf. But it's an estimate. The majority of both deaf and hearing Malagasy is only marginally served by the official languages of communication until now legislated for education. It is an issue of access, but also a problem of disregarding the critical reality that effective transfer of and transformation through knowledge is only possible where the identity language is used. People pay attention and respond where their linguistic identity is respected and affirmed by the communicator, because everyone's most familiar language is critically linked with attitudes and decision-making processes. The one common factor in human communication is identity. I have not found in the literature any studies on deaf identities in Madagascar. Now I would like to ask Madame Lala to just give us a few case studies of children that we have collected for the study.
So just quickly before we finish, I'd like to add, thank you for that presentation. I'd like to tell you the story of a deaf woman, or a deaf girl rather. She is 15 years old. Her parents are hearing. She was born hearing though. Her name is Sarah, and we use the letter S as her sign name. She had a few challenges. Being born hearing, but losing her hearing as time went by. So Sarah had been to a hearing school initially, and she was fine in that school environment for a long time. And then had to transfer, and then when the deaf school representatives went to the hearing school to see how she was coping in the hearing environment, she was lost. We realized that she wasn't learning anything, but the children around her were learning. And we realized that she had a problem, and she probably couldn't hear anymore. So we spoke to those teachers, and we asked that she rather come and learn sign language. And she agreed. She would go to school, but then come to us to learn sign language, and eventually come to our school. Then she would go back to the hearing school after. Trying to learn in the classroom was still problematic. Because she was trying to cope, but it was virtually impossible for her. It was a problem because she couldn't understand what was happening. Her father then said to the deaf school that she really needed to rather be at the school for the deaf and learn full-time at the school for the deaf. And we welcomed her. Sarah then came to us on a full-time basis, and we could teach her sign language and school. And she was eager. She learned so fast, and the smile returned on her face. The government then decided that she is allowed to pass from one level to the next, and the next, and the next. And she said she'll never go back to the hearing school. She wanted to stay with us at the school for the deaf. And she stayed with us until today. She went all the way to senior level. Her signing has improved, and she is smiling every day. She has grown because she came to our school. And her parents are also smiling, and they're very happy that she has grown. So that is a success story that I wanted to share. Thank you. It's a short one, and thank you for the interpreter. And the other interpreters, you too.
So there's a little bit more still to be completed, so let us give her more time. Thank you.
So identity factors can be discerned from the stories like the one Lala just told. And some of those are mentioned here. What we are looking for in the stories are inner experiential identities, important for communication and self-esteem. We want people to ask themselves who I am, who I say I am, and maybe who you think I am. Several authors, starting with Glickman, have described 4 levels of culturally deaf identity development. Synchronically, first taken for granted, then alienation, then affiliation, and then lastly, deaf in my own way. Other authors have worked on that and expanded the definitions and the stages of deaf identity growth to other terminologies and yeah. So the case studies I just mentioned, that they are narratives by deaf participants. They are not really primed on what we want. We just want them to tell their stories. And then from what they choose to tell us, we discern the identity factors. Other identity factors would be whether the cases are deaf from deaf or deaf from hearing, or whether a person is maybe hearing from deaf. Tajfel in 1978 defined social identity as that part of an individual's self-concept which derives from his or her knowledge of his or her membership in a social group or groups, together with the value and emotional significance attached to that membership. That definition has been used over and over since 1978. A provisional conclusion, and we're coming to the end. Numerous deaf identity markers can be discerned from the case studies presented by Lala. Instead of referring to deafness as a handicap, a more useful perspective may be that as a minority group, the deaf community and individuals display vulnerability. The identity imposed from outside doesn't necessarily agree with the internal knowledge a person has. From the outside, perhaps viewed as disabled, but from the inside as different. Inclusion, as enforced in Madagascar by funding organizations, seems to merely be enforcing token tolerance, which instead excludes vulnerable minorities. Thank you.
Hold on a minute. Just hold on a minute here. We all appreciate the presentation from Madagascar. And thank you very much for bringing all the information from your country so that we can learn from it. So can we all applaud them, please? Okay, we're not going to allow questions now, but maybe during a tea break, you can ask them questions on a personal capacity. So before they go, we'd like to give them a little token of appreciation for the presentation. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thank you all. Okay, let's give them a hand, please. Thank you. Now it's break time, so all of us go relax a bit, revamp your thinking, and come back on time in 30 minutes for the next presentation. This morning we must monitor the time well, because this morning we ran a little late. But let me first of all now invite Pastor Pumi has informed me. All right. We have sad news that Innocencia, the one who presented yesterday from Mozambique, got news this morning that his mother-in-law has passed on. So we'd like to say a little prayer for him. So as Pumi has explained, then we are going to say a little prayer for him so that he can fly back home for the sad news. So Pumi, please come and say a little prayer for Innocencia.
After the prayer, we will then go for the break. Thank you very much. We would like to express our condolences. We know it's very sad news to hear about the family's loss, and especially after hearing it last night, we are very, very sad to hear this, and we would like to express our deep condolences and ask him to take the condolences back to Mozambique with him. You know, it is a very difficult time, so we'd like to say a prayer with him. Our loving Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord Jesus, for the presentation that we enjoyed from Mozambique yesterday, and we thank you for the opportunity that we had to associate with him And we're very sad to hear this terrible news, and we ask that you may please continue to be with him, and bless him, and give him your mercy and guidance. And Jesus, we ask that you show him your love and support the family in this difficult time, and give them the strength that they too will be able to get through this. We ask this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
So we have a tea break now, so we come back on time, please.
Dus ek het gestuur in afval. Meisie sien hom as hy is. Jy het nie per ongeluk op pad. Jy is die oorvloed van die departement wat beteken waar het element van autonomie is. Dat is het element van jurisdictie. Jy sal in die leierstrukture gesprekke voer wat wachter is dat die persoon dit moet werk laat. Ja. My functie om te gaan maken. My functie is om die synergie elkaar doen. Maar als jy is die volgende sekere situasie die geschiedenis. Dus alsof die weerbraak die kon die hele wereld te maken. Ek het daar aangekom is ek die Afrikaanse man.
your tea break and that you enjoyed socializing with our fellow deaf members from Africa. So let's continue with the program. Can I shoot the gun? The gun has been shot. Let's start. Before we continue with the content of the program, I have some announcements to make. We would like to ask, so we already put on the program that we had the prayer before tea. So this afternoon we will have a prayer once again. So thank you very much for that. We will inform them before they leave. So thank you very much for your consideration, and we pray that God's blessings continue with you back home. Also, there's the second announcement I would like to make. We know we are here from Monday to Thursday. So Ashleen, who was here earlier, she would like to just explain a few things about some procedural arrangements. Hello everyone. I already spoke to most of you, as you know, as the days have continued. But I just wanted to say, at the end of this, you will get a certificate. Please just check with me before you go home that we do have your name on record for your certificate. Before you leave, make sure that you come to me and get your certificate from me. We've already sorted our colleague who will be leaving earlier. Thank you very much. Thank you for that announcement. Are we ready? Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Ashleen, for assisting us with the procedural arrangements. Now we continue with the program. Now we have the following person, Mr. Tim Stones. The person will not be here in person, but we can all sit back, relax, and enjoy a presentation similar to like we did yesterday with Dr. Fellinger's presentation on video. So we're going to watch this presentation along with the interpreters on stage. And then it's like we're going to be watching a Zoom video. So thank you very much. And then, so I'm starting again, shooting the gun again. Let's get started. Thank you very much, everyone. So I'm taking back the bullet that I shot. That was a bit premature. We know that there's no voice, so we're just trying to fix the audio on the video. So please be patient with us. I'll reload the gun later. I'm putting the gun back in its holster. Let's try that again. Are you ready? Don't hear anything. Is the sound ready on the side? Sound is ready? Okay. Now let's try this again. Second time. But before we start, I just wanted to explain to you who Mr. Tim Stones is. Mr. Tim Stones is the chairperson for mental health and deafness in South Africa. So not affiliated specifically with DEAFNET, but working along with DEAFNET. So we hope for future collaboration, and we look forward to his presentation and future possibilities of working together. Thank you very much. So let's try this again. Ready? Set, go. Thank you very much.
It's a beautiful sunny day. I'm sure you can see behind me the lovely blue sky, and that is a jungle gym that my children, I have 3 children that at home, 2 teenagers and a little 7-year-old. So I hope you've all enjoyed the conference so far. And it's an important theme. It's a very important, crucial discussion that we are having. And I've been asked to talk to you, to share some of my experiences as a deafblind person. Now, some of you looking at me right now might think, really? A deafblind person? But as we will uncover during this talk, and I'm sure most of you attending this conference realize this, just like with deafness, so too with blindness, and also even more so with deafblindness. It's a spectrum, ranging from people with a mild hearing loss and a mild vision loss combined, to those who are completely deaf and completely blind. And as I will share later on, you will get a better sense, I hope, of where do I fit into the spectrum, and understand perhaps how does someone like me experience deafblindness, and, as we will be exploring today, how to hold on to identity and find purpose as a deafblind person in a post-COVID world. The prolonged hard lockdown brought on by the COVID pandemic profoundly impacted the way in which people interact socially, with heightened levels of anxiety and depression prevalent across all sectors of society. The deaf-blind community in particular has felt this impact acutely. Deaf-blindness is a unique disability where the combination of both hearing and vision loss impact on every aspect of society and of life. It is a wide-ranging spectrum, hugely diverse, embracing a combination of mild hearing loss plus mild vision loss, through to being totally blind and totally deaf, or a combination of degrees of severity of both vision and hearing loss. It affects a person's overall ability to be mobile, access information, and communicate effectively. Because one sense cannot adequately compensate for the loss of the other sense, people who are deaf-blind face unique and often complex challenges. It is also important to appreciate that the simple fact that a deaf-blind individual may have the privilege of being able to make effective use of a range of assistive devices, including cochlear implants and eyewear a cochlear implant, and powerful hearing aids, prescription glasses like I wear, white canes, I also have a white cane, and guide dogs. I'm in the process of acquiring a guide dog, which is actually the main reason why I could not be with you today, does not in itself mean that the barriers faced by a deaf-blind person are removed. Not at all. While the person may certainly be assisted and enjoy a greater access and independence to all of life, there remain significant, crucial, vital challenges. And we also have to acknowledge losses, real, impactful losses, both physical and, more pertinently, emotional, psychosocial, that need to be understood. They need to be appreciated when interacting and seeking to assist a deaf-blind person. The advent of the COVID hard lockdown exacerbated to an extreme degree the often pervading sense of isolation and, to varying degrees, dependence on others in order to function fully and access the resources of life. This is the defining feature of life with a deaf-blind person. The insistence on wearing of masks and the legal injunction against socializing outside of one's own home, even with one's broader family and closest friends in any form, only serve to propel the already innate isolation and exclusion that many deaf-blind people experience to an extreme degree. My wife is deaf. She relies completely on lip reading to interact with others. She cannot get any help from hearing aids, and cochlear implants are no option for her. I, on the other hand, do get considerable help from my cochlear implant and wearing the most powerful hearing aid that is currently available on the market. But even I have battled to follow conversations and dialogue when out in public, with lips hidden behind the masks. It did not help us either when the rules were slightly relaxed and people started to lower their masks because of the requirement for people to maintain a distance from each other. I am legally blind. It is impossible for me to read lips from a distance, even with my assistive devices on. Devices which are often not very effective, as we all know, when in a noisy environment, and where sight becomes a key factor to facilitate efficient communication, which is all well and fine except when one's vision is also severely impaired. And that is a challenge for a deaf-blind person. When both senses are severely affected, one has to back up. One has no backup to help ensure effective understanding and clarity in communication. I would like to paint a picture with a few real-life examples of what I have experienced during the hard lockdown, that for the first time since my vision began to deteriorate dramatically about 5 years ago, fueled my identity that, for practical purposes, I was no longer only a person with dual sensory impairment, but I was, in the most practical sense, a deaf-blind person. Before I do that though, let me briefly tell you something about my own background and journey with dual sensory loss. I suffered oxygen deprivation at birth. I was born dead. I had a 0 APGAR score. It took several minutes to resuscitate me. I was airlifted to another hospital in another town, where I was placed on life support with no muscle tone. In my first night of life, I experienced several seizures, each one lasting up to 12 minutes. I eventually recovered my muscle tone and was able to come home. My mother picked up what she believed to be a hearing loss when I was 2 years old, but doctors dismissed her, insisting to my parents that I was, in their words, retarded, and they advised my parents to place me in a special needs home. I am so grateful that my parents chose to ignore this advice. I was only correctly diagnosed as being deaf at the age of 5 and received my first pair of hearing aids just before my 6th birthday, at which point, for the first time in my life, I learned how to speak with my voice and to read. My parents chose to mainstream school me. At the age of 12, I started to wear glasses, having not seen well for quite some time before then. After I had finished school, I enrolled at the University of Cape Town, eventually graduating with a master's degree in religious studies, followed by a postgraduate diploma in journalism from Rhodes University. A wonderfully rewarding few years as a researcher with DEAFNET Centre of Knowledge based at the National Institute for the Deaf in Worcester followed, where among my responsibilities I helped design courses and lead training in leadership and management for deaf people across Africa. For the last 10 years I have been a senior sub-editor with the Daily Dispatch, a leading regional newspaper based in the Eastern Cape. Around 2016 I started to notice a significant decline in both my hearing and my vision. It happened simultaneously. Even though my deafness is sensory neural caused by oxygen deprivation, my hearing had been progressively declining over several years, to the point that I had become bilaterally profoundly deaf by 2018. In April 2019, I acquired a cochlear implant for my left ear. A few months earlier, I had had a routine eye test, which showed that my vision over the space of just 4 years had dramatically declined from a visual acuity of 20/50 in my better eye to 20/200 in my better eye, and I was now both profoundly deaf and legally blind. My periphery vision had also been hit hard, with 2 separate tests confirming that I have a field vision of 30 degrees in one eye and 20 degrees remaining in my other eye. As a deaf-blind person, the COVID hard lockdown was a challenging time. Given that I still get good use from the assistive devices that I use for my hearing, and I still have residual sight, I have a deep appreciation and empathy for those in our community, our deaf-blind community, who experience a greater degree of dual sensory impairment in trying to navigate the barriers imposed not only by COVID and the hard lockdowns, but also the social impact that remains and is a direct consequence of the COVID lockdowns. Many of my own social barrier experiences centered around trips to the shops, to the malls, and having to negotiate interaction with the retailers and their staff, most of whom were not trained in or sensitized to deal appropriately with people who are either deaf or blind, let alone who are deaf-blind. The insistence on wearing of masks was the greatest physical communication barrier, as it negated any ability to lip or to speech read. Even when the restrictions were lessened and some people became willing to lower or even remove their masks, there remained the barrier imposed by distance or opaque screens, which in itself obscured vision. For a deaf-blind person, proximity to enable touch, and for people with low vision, like myself, visual cues are vitally key. COVID further made the natural human instinct of touch, of intimacy, not only a no-go, or at best frowned upon, but ultimately seemingly something that was inherently, in its very self, wrong. Even now that things have become more natural and normal again, there's no real sense of things feeling fully normal. I continue to find that many people I encounter continue to respond to me with unease and awkwardness when placed in a social situation where human touch would ordinarily have been expected, even reciprocated. For a deafblind person, the impact of this is of course to exacerbate that sense that is innately there of being socially isolated, not understood, and often excluded, if not out of a lack of compassion, but more often due to a lack of understanding and awareness. Indeed, an unexpressed but no less obvious fear when confronted with deafblindness. What to do? What to say? What is right? What is wrong? How can people function, let alone be happy, be fulfilled, fully be human, if their senses are not what the world has deemed normal? During the hard lockdown, there was also the injunction to not mingle with people outside of one's immediate household. One could not attend church services, sport gatherings, no social visits. Families were also disrupted, with suddenly hardened levels preventing even members of immediate families who happened to be in a different province at the time that a level was suddenly raised, being able to return home to their loved ones. Support networks were eroded, with a knock-on effect for all, but especially for deafblind people, being a growing sense of despair, of loneliness, isolation, and often a sense of depression, anxiety, even post-traumatic stress. Even now, with COVID restrictions largely relaxed and the world having returned to a much more greater sense of normalcy, the psychosocial effects of the hard lockdowns continue to impact and prevail. This is not surprising when one considers the extended time frame in which deafblind people have had to endure a hardening of their already isolating and often dependent realities, with much of the support networks and care systems that were in place pre-COVID either now gone or greatly eroded. Trust in the safety and security of what one can anticipate has been hit hard, and with it, hope. That critical essence that allows one to carry on, to live positively despite one's challenges, has become a harder notion to hold on to. People who know me well have described me as an optimist, a person who comes across as positive and hopeful. I have been described as someone who inspires with my approach to life's challenges. I am a man of deep faith. Some have asked me how it is that I maintain my faith, my hope, after having endured so many personal losses, including the untimely deaths of my first wife and 2 of my children. Over and above the daily impact of living with progressive deafblindness, I'm not always sure how to answer this. The truth is that one can have faith and simultaneously feel fear. One can have hope while feeling despondent and sad. One can be an optimist while at the same time feeling anxious about the future. One can feel grateful for the gifts of technology, of assistive devices, guide dogs, the institutes for the deaf and the blind, and all the myriad of services that exist to support and enhance the quality of life for the deaf-blind, and the deaf-blind communities, while at the same time experiencing grief, trauma, as one comes to terms with the very real losses that accumulate, especially for those who experience sensory loss later in life, and even more especially where it affects to a severe to profound extent both one's vision and one's hearing. My deafness was caused by oxygen deprivation at birth, and as such should not have deteriorated, has proven progressive and become bilaterally profound in recent years. I do not know what the cause of this progression is. My vision loss is caused by a progressive or malignant high myopia. There is no cure or recognized treatment for it. Within 6 years, my visual acuity dropped from 20/50 in my better eye to 20/200 in both eyes. And my peripheral vision is also very, very poor, as I mentioned earlier. This is, of course, a rapid deterioration, and much of it happened during these COVID years. While trying to make sense of and adapt to my changing reality, for 2 years I did not have the support structure of my church, being able to be with my closest friends, or even to be physically present with either of my parents who happen to live outside of my own province. Being legally blind, I am no longer able to drive, and I had to walk everywhere during the hard lockdown. Currently, with such restrictions no longer in place, I am able to either take a boat or, if I am lucky, to get lifts with friends. But clearly, that is far from ideal, with the cost of boats and taxis not sustainable, and one cannot always call on even one's closest friends to help out. Not being able to drive is a very big deal. When one loses one's right or ability to drive safely, one loses a major part of one's freedom and liberty. I am a proud person, and I don't like to be reliant on other people for anything. With each month that passes, I find myself experiencing increasingly a feeling of grief at what has already been taken from me, that continues to be taken from me, and what all of this means not only for myself, but also for my family, because we have to acknowledge the impact on the broader family. Helen Keller said, when one door opens, when one door of happiness closes, another opens. But often we look so long at the closed door that we do not see the one which has been opened for us. That is such a powerful, impactful insight. It compels us to earnestly ask ourselves as deaf-blind people, who am I? Am I still me? In the face of devastating loss and sudden change, and how can I live an empowered and fulfilling life, holding on to hope, in a world that seems determined to isolate the already isolated even further? For me, sport has been a sanctuary that has helped me to navigate the changing tides of life. As a deaf person who was not yet legally blind, I had the immense privilege of competing at the first World Deaf Athletics Championships and then the 2009 Deaf Olympics, both times in the marathon. I found myself involved with the South African Deaf Rugby Union as a founding president, and then in 2015 serving as team manager against the world champions Wales in 2 tests that took place in Pretoria. Having always been deaf since birth, I feel it is important to emphasize that I have never had a personal issue, a psychological difficulty with my deafness. While it did impact me growing up on many levels, the fact of it being deaf in itself was nothing more than just a simple fact, a part of me, something I embraced and really just carried on with my life. I enjoyed the fact that it opened up doors to exciting sport experiences, and I loved and I thrived in my career with the National Institute for the Deaf in Worcester. For the most part, I saw the deafness as not a blessing. No, not a blessing. But not an issue either. It just was. It just was. For me personally, it is the vision loss, the rapid decline in my sight, and the continuing deterioration that hits me hard. And it is a combined effect, having become deafblind, that has woken up in me a far more acute awareness of the impact of what I live with every day, and how it impacts on so much of what I had previously, when only deaf, for the most part not even noticed. When I was first told that I was now legally blind, my ophthalmologist suggested to me that I look into taking part in parasport. Soon I found myself competing in paracycling, paratriathlon, ultimately gaining national selection in both sports and winning an Africa Triathlon bronze medal as a vision-impaired athlete. I have represented my province in blind cricket at 2 national tournaments. Earlier this year, I also broke 2 South African para-athletics records for my blind class for the marathon and the 50-kilometer race. To paraphrase Helen Keller, I saw the door of happiness, of opportunity that opened for me when I had crossed that threshold into legal blindness. And I certainly have strived to seek out the blessings that truly are there as a deaf-blind person. And yet, Helen Keller again once said that blindness cuts us off from things, but deafness cuts us off from people. For Keller, it was far worse to be deaf than blind. Quoting Keller again, the problems of deafness are deeper and more complex, if not more important, than those of blindness. For her, she said, deafness is much more a misfortune. I feel differently. I have always been deaf, and even as I became profoundly deaf later on in life, I have never known sound in the conventional sense, so for me being deaf is a natural state of being. For me, it is infinitely more debilitating to be even legally blind, and thus still have some residual sight. It is an unsettling prospect of becoming increasingly blind, which I know I will, and am, with the frequent acquisition of a guide dog, doing my best to prepare for. I cannot, however, fathom how I will cope when, if, I become completely blind. It is difficult to live out that positivity that Helen Keller embodies in her desire to see the door that opens when the lights and sounds grow even more dim and still. So who am I? And am I still me? I am Tim. I am deaf-blind, and yes, becoming deaf-blind has changed me, and will continue to change me, as I strive to seek out new doors of opportunity, while also acknowledging the loss. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for paying attention to Mr. Stone's presentation. I'm sure that it was quite heartfelt, and everybody could see the challenges a person who is deaf and blind faces. And I'm sure that we learned a lot from Mr. Stones, especially as the chairperson for the Mental Health and Deafness organization in South Africa. And the knowledge that you gained here today, you can take with you back home. Unfortunately, we don't have the opportunity to ask Mr. Stone questions about his presentation, but I'm sure that you will take these lessons with you. I wanted to tell him his time is running out, but unfortunately he wasn't even live on Zoom, so I couldn't enforce a time limit on him. So I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Are you satisfied with everything? Was it clear about deaf blindness and what the different levels of deaf blindness means? It is very difficult, yes. There are many, many challenges, and we hope that things will improve and the condition, the quality of life for individuals who are deafblind will improve. Thank you very much for paying attention to this presentation. Now, again, we're going to proceed with the program. Yes, please. So on the program, I'm trying to remember what it said. Person from Zambia will be presenting. And the topic is education for deaf-blind individuals. So your name and sign name, I don't know. Okay, so this is the person's sign name. Are our presenters ready? Issues of sign language and deaf education and full inclusion in society. So I see we've got one presenter here, the hearing presenter. I don't know if the deaf presenter is ready yet. Oh, excuse. Correction, interpreter's mistake. The following theme is management strategies for children with deaf blindness in special education schools in Lusaka, Zambia.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, do I have the slideshow here? Slideshow. You have help? One back? I'm sorry. I'm trying to pop up the slideshow. It's his laptop, so he's trying to help me. So, sorry, just one. Slideshow. Back open. See I can see. Okay. Hello, everyone. Now, my name is Rachel Chomba. I'm from Zambia. Now, you may wonder, maybe a deaf person is speaking. I wasn't born deaf. I became deaf when I was 14. And after that, I did not have any deaf people around me. So my family kind of moved on with their lives. And my mother would always remind me I needed to move with time and carry whatever load I had with me. And it would get lighter with time. So from age of 14 up to 28, I was interacting in the hearing world and also learning the mainstream schools. I did not have any contact with deaf people. I did not have any contact with deaf culture or any contact with the deaf communities until after university. So I started learning sign language when I got deployed in the teaching service. And I was about 28 years old. So my sign language vocabulary is still improving. Some I do sign well, but some words I don't know. And at a time like this, I feel more confident in speaking because I know I may lack the words to explain clearly and have people to understand me well. Okay? So I have embraced my deafness, and I also love myself as a deaf person and have a very big family in the deaf community. But I too am a person who does both speak and sign at the same time. So I conducted an academic research on the management strategies of children with deaf blindness in special education schools in Lusaka, in Zambia. And this research was basically aimed at trying to increase awareness on deaf blindness, because deaf blindness is a low incident disability. Not many people have been aware about deaf blindness. For so many years, people have been doing a lot of research which are helping diagnosis of different disabilities, which also help in the planning and management of education for children with special education needs. But when it comes to deaf blindness, very little research has been conducted on it. We have so many special education schools who receive children who are either deaf or blind. But those who receive children who are both deaf and blind fail to know how to manage them. And this is why I had to conduct this research, because we had a few schools in Lusaka who had received these children in their schools. Now, the World Health Organization has estimated that about 93 million children have moderate to severe disabilities, and 13 million have severe disabilities. But the latest report showed that 15% of the world's population are persons with disabilities, and out of these, only 13% are in receiving public education in schools. So as you had heard from the previous presenter, he spoke about the nature of deaf blindness. deaf blindness is both having a visual impairment and hearing impairment at the same time. Now we have different levels of deaf blindness. Some people can be born both deaf and blind at the same time, but this is low incident. But there are people who gradually lose their hearing. Example, myself, I lost my hearing. Maybe progress in later years, I can become blind. Yeah. So we have different levels, different type of people who are deaf blind. And then we have people who are born deaf blind. And then these have a lot of issues in communication and mobility and trying to transition from their early years up to adulthood. They have challenging communication, mobility, and learning how to self-care and also access their environments. So in Zambia, we don't have any statistics to establish the number of people that are living with deaf blindness. However, in developed countries such as the United States and the UK, they have different numbers of people living with deaf blindness there. But we don't have any statistics whatsoever in Zambia about these people with such a disability. So educators who are working with children who are deaf blind always have a unique challenge to ensure that persons have access to valuable information which is needed for their survival. So some individuals who are deaf and completely blind or having varying degrees, sometimes in their education context, become taught Braille or sign language or tactile sign language in order for them to communicate and try to integrate in the environment. So as I was saying earlier, the purpose of the study was to increase the awareness and the needs of persons with disabilities, or persons with deaf blindness, and also support specialist services which can help try to improve the education of persons with deaf blindness. It was also trying to influence and also education providers to see deaf blindness as a branch in special education, because many times educators are taught how to manage people who are deaf or how to manage people who are blind, but they never taught how to manage people with a cognitive disability, like those who are deaf blind. So the purpose of the study is trying to find strategies, trying to understand how educators can blend the two disabilities and come up with management strategies for children who are deaf blind. So the study objectives were follows. Firstly, we wanted to determine the management strategies which were being used in meeting the needs of the learners with deaf blindness in schools. And then we tried to establish the parental involvement in the management strategies of learners with deaf blindness. We also wanted to establish the challenges faced in the management strategies of learners with deaf blindness. So in the study, we had 26 participants. And those were 12 teachers, 2 head teachers, and 12 parents. Even though I had particularly visited 6 schools, only 2 schools had registered to have children who were deafblind. And from these schools, we had about 12 parents with children who were deafblind, but not all of them had brought the children to school consistently. Some would bring the children to school, and then the next week or the following week, children wouldn't come to school. So we had to interview all of them to try to find out the different strategies that they were employing, and also trying to see how they were involved in the management of the children who were deafblind. Okay. So the findings and discussion about the education management. Every child with disability has the right to education, and different reforms and laws have been made and passed to enable children with disabilities to access meaningful education in various countries worldwide. In Zambia, the Persons with Disabilities Act of 2012 safeguards the rights for children with special education needs to access education in public schools. And this also applies to children who are deaf-blind. Now, the overall goal of education for children who are deaf-blind has been to prepare them for adulthood. It has also been preparing them for independent living. So the focus in the management of children who are deaf-blind in Zambia has been to teach them activities for daily living, which are only preparing them for accessing the environment, self-care, being able to move around without any help, and also being able to try to communicate their needs with their caregivers. Academic teaching to children who are deaf-blind has been quite impossible unless those who are of residual hearing or residual vision. Those can be taught a language and put in public schools, or they are taught Braille and put in the mainstream schools. But those who are profoundly deaf-blind are only taught activities of daily living. Now, communication was seen as a particular barrier, an important issue for people with deaf-blind. And due to this, because they have both significance of vision and hearing deficits, they have issues communicating. So many educators spoke about communication challenges. Now, when teaching children who are deaf-blind from onset when they come to school, the first thing that educators do is try to establish how they can communicate with the child. Now, this may take weeks and weeks of repeatedly trying to teach the children. Okay? They'll be teaching the children the same signs over and over, and makes it like a daily routine, which they try to establish. Now, maybe one concept can be taught to a child over a period of 6 weeks. Okay? The same concepts will be repeated over and over in the next few weeks. And this is a way to support the communication process. Now, in one of the management strategies, perhaps maybe I can have a volunteer from the crowd can show. Okay. I need a volunteer. No one person can volunteer. Anyone? Okay, no, I was trying to demonstrate how teachers communicate with the deaf-blind children. Most often, when the teacher gets into the classroom, they'll sit down and try to register their presence to the deaf-blind child. Now we have a table in the middle, in between. Yeah. You can help him. Thank you. Okay. You can sit there. You can open it. Okay. Okay. So we have a table between us. Okay. Now, when he's deaf-blind, and when the teacher comes in, they'll register the presence by stepping on the child's leg. Not really heavily. Yeah, it has to be soft stepping. So they'll step on the child's leg. So the child will be aware that there's someone in the room. The child will be aware that the teacher is present. And then they'll go ahead to communicate by putting their hands on the child. Now, the child's hands always have to be on top of the teacher's hands. Okay? The child will always have to hold the teacher's hand while they communicate to tactile language. Now, every movement will be back-forth movements, communicating tactile language and trying to teach the child basic communication skills. Okay? Now, this has been a process that teachers do every morning for new children until the child grasps the concept. Okay? Now, for mobility skills, the teacher will have to. The teacher will be holding the child. This will mean stand, no? Put her on the shoulder. And child who knows who stand, okay? Stand. Now, teach the child how to move around in a room where the child is being guided with mobility skills. This will be used. And the child will be led around the room. So where the child will be oriented how to move around the room. Okay? So if I have to go to the left, if I have to go to the left, I'll move my hand back and forth, either left or right, until the child learns what's within the classroom and how to move around the classroom on their own. Thank you very much. So these are routines. So these are routines basically used repeatedly on each child to try to teach them mobility or try to orient them with what's within their environment. Okay. So with regards to parental involvement, most of the parents were from vulnerable families. They are trying to fend for themselves. So some of them were not very engaged or involved in the education of their children. Yeah. So sometimes parents will say, I am going to take the child to school and then I'll stay there. How am I going to feed my family? So sometimes the child will go to school and some days the child will stay home. And the other challenge has been because the parents are not involved, those routines cannot be done at home, which means today the child will learn. Tomorrow when the child comes back, they have to repeat the same thing. If parents are involved, it would be better because the parents would know the routines that are being done in school and they can be done again at home and their home environment. So I'll move to the challenges which are faced in the management of education of children with deaf blindness. The major challenge has been communication. Communication is one of the most profound challenges. And apart from communication, it's about financial issues in the schools to get the right equipment, to get the right assistive devices which can help to teach the children what they've planned. Now, teachers just employ strategies, just using things that are within their environment. For example, you have to teach a child what a pot is. They have to come to the classroom with the general pot so the child can touch to see what the pot is. But if we had some assistive technologies in the schools, I'm sure the education of children who are deaf-blind can be improved. So financial resources are yet another issue that affects the education management of children who are deaf-blind. So conclusively, I would say the education of deaf-blind children requires specialized materials. It requires a lot of time. It requires a lot of dedication. And it requires people to train in management for deaf-blind children, not just for deaf children or just for blind children, but training to manage their disability as it is deaf-blindness. People need to understand how they can be able to communicate to those who are deaf-blind. People need to learn tactile sign language and also see how to effectively teach children who are deaf-blind. So I made a few recommendations after this research, and we thought that having continuous professional development for children, for teachers, for children who are deaf-blind can be more effective. Additionally, government needs to support the development of deaf-blindness as a branch in special education because colleges and universities have not yet started offering deaf-blind courses as individual courses. And this needs to be done because deaf-blindness is a disability that is slowly growing and people are becoming more aware of the existence of people who are deaf-blind. We also encourage the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health in providing education to parents of children who are deaf-blind because many parents were not educated about children who are deaf-blind. Many parents complained about having given birth to children who were deaf-blind, yet at the health station at the hospitals, they would tell them that your child is deaf-blind, diagnose them with deaf-blind, but never teach them how to manage the disability. So we need the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health to collaborate so that they can educate parents of children with deaf blindness. Thank you so much for your attention.
I can't listen to the questions because I am deaf, so I would need the sign language interpreter to sign for me so that I can be able to understand.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for your presentation about deaf blindness. And you remember we had Tim before, and Rachel has just supplemented what Tim has actually explained earlier. Thank you so much, Rachel, for your presentation. Members, we appreciate Rachel. But also, we can have a short interaction if you have questions for Rachel, because we didn't have questions for Tim. So if we have questions for Rachel, we have some minutes. I need only 3 hands. 3 hands. You're most welcome. The floor is open. 1, 2, 3. That's all. Who comes first on the floor? Okay, in that order. So you're coming first.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je me nomme Abdraman. Je viens du Niger. Je suis le secrétaire général de l'Association du Niger. Je suis content de participer à cette conférence avec vous. Je suis venue ici, j'ai appris beaucoup. Ça m'a donné une ouverture d'esprit. Je vous en remercie. Le président. Je remercie le président de l'association des sourds de l'Afrique du Sud. Je ne connais pas. Je remercie Sanjay qui manage toute cette activité. Merci pour cette conférence. Merci à tous. Merci à la présentatrice. J'ai suivi votre communication sur les sourds et aveugles. Je ne pouvais pas rester comme ça et aller dans mon pays. J'ai tenu à vous poser une question pour savoir, pour comprendre quelque chose. Merci, madame. J'aimerais savoir, les sourds aveugles, comment est-ce qu'ils communiquent d'abord? Comment ils apprennent l'alphabet A? Comment? Comment ils arrivent à écrire? Comment ça se passe? Ils communiquent simplement comme ça. Comment ça se passe? J'aimerais comprendre. Je pense que c'est tout.
Thank you. I hope I got the question right, but it was about communication. How to communicate to children who are deafblind. Mostly use this tactile sign language. Tactile sign language. That's a type of communication, yes, that is used. Now, children will be trained. They are going to be trained from the time that they get to school to time that they progress into adulthood. So the major communication used is tactile sign language. Okay. Thank you.
Before I forget, I have an announcement. In the morning, we agreed that the phones should be off or in silence. And actually, interpreters have been actually telling me there are some phones which are really making noise in the audience. So please, let's have the phones off or in silence. Thank you for the question from brother. Then the second person should come on the floor, and then we'll have the last question. I think immediately after this question, the second question, the third person should come in, and we have the presenter respond at once.
Hello, everyone. My parents leading the deaf people. My name is Elena Sabelo. I am from Lesotho. I am an advocate for women and children in sport. I just have a question for you, ma'am. I would like to know,
I just want to know, you were explaining about the different challenges and the resources that they use, so in Lesotho, we do it slightly differently. So I just wanted to know, in your culture in Zambia, how you deal with the challenges of a person with deaf blindness. The sign language is quite different. So I didn't understand clearly. If you could just perhaps repeat it again. So the 3 points that you mentioned, communication, the resources or the assistive devices, equipment, and the resources that you use in your school to create accessibility for the deaf-blind children. What do you use, in other words, in Zambia? Is the question clear? The sign was...
good day again. Thank you so much for your presentation. I am from South Africa. My name is Amikaya. I don't have a question, it's just 2 comments. The first comment is related to self-identity. As deaf people, we are different. Some of us were born deaf, some of us we acquired deafness. But again, when we see a problem of identity, it's a problem. For example, you know an eagle, right? It socializes with chickens. But then it can be confused whether it's a chicken or an eagle, because it will never find the identity. So when it comes to us as deaf people, you become deaf at the age of 24 and you cannot do this and that. The disadvantage in Zambian Sign Language, it is a disadvantage because you need to take note of sign language is there already by the time you acquire deafness. And there are people who are already signing, and people will have to see you signing. to see your identity. The slides that you have shown us, it showed us people with life disability, within the disability, and the standards of the Convention of People with Disability. It never says live with a disability. It just says a disability because there are many problems that are faced by people that are disabled. So just take off where you said people living with a disability.
Okay. The first question was talking about resources, mostly financial support that is needed to allocate for deaf blindness, and the equipment that can be used, some assistive technology or assistive devices that can be used to help in the communication for children with deaf blindness and also improve mobility. Okay, and I would like to thank my brother there for the efforts given. Yeah, I do understand I lack a lot of confidence in some language. I'm still progressing. I'm still improving my vocabulary. So that's why I felt more confident in speaking. But I do assure you that my sign language is improving. I have been learning sign language for about 4 years, where I am trying hard to improve my vocabulary. There's certain words that I can't sign. And it would be very, very long presentation if I had to spell those words when I don't know the signs. I'll have to spell also, especially in academic research. We have got different terminologies that we're going to use. But if I'm going to express myself, I'll have to be spelling long, long words over and over again. But I have accepted myself, this is who I am, and I can promote some language anywhere I go. But this is the person who I am. I know I'm deaf, and I'm very proud to be. Okay? So, but I do accept your advice, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the questions, and we do apologize that we don't have time for more questions, but we need to catch up because we're quite a bit behind on the schedule. So thank you very much to our presenter. Likewise, feel free to approach her in a free time during lunch perhaps and continue the discussion. Please return to the stage. We just want to thank you and present you with a gift of gratitude, a token of gratitude. May I have everyone's attention once again? We're going to continue with the program because of time, so we need to catch up. The next person is from South Africa, is a South African, but the person is unfortunately not here, so the program has changed. So Koki from Mr. KK from Malacanese will take over the presentation on behalf of our colleague who could not be here. And he's going to replace the presenter who is not here. So thank you very much for being on standby and being willing to assist.
waste a little bit time. So, good morning, everybody. Very good afternoon. My name is Mahmoud Kebe. I'm from Mauritania. I say also good afternoon, South Africa. Good afternoon, Nelson Mandela. When I was at university, I inspired a lot of things to him. So, we apologize also for my friend. He is not here. His name is Tahiru. He's a deaf. I have a little bit of problem for the papers. That is the reason he is not here with us physically, but mentally we are here. Okay, thank you. Oh, I'll make it big. Fine. Okay, so I say that I'm from Mauritania, teacher, interpreter, and educator. So silent work. I present you about for program for leadership for the deaf. But firstly, let me show you that what silent work do in Mauritania. Silent work focused on the forgotten children of Africa. Who is the forgotten children in Africa? The forgotten children in Africa? Forgotten children in Africa is the deaf. Really is the deaf. But a lot of people are forgotten the deaf person, deaf society. What is the reason? But the mother Woody, she doesn't forget deaf children. 20 years ago, she stayed focused for them, she do everything for them. So silent work, consent for safe drinking water, healthy food, healthcare, education, and employment. Okay, we are here to see Mauritania, and Netherlands is far away. Even Mauritania to here is far away. We made so 12 hours for flying. So Mauritania, located in the West Africa, is almost 30 times the largest, the Netherlands term of area. In a country that are rarely protected, so despite great poverty, received paid to international. Okay, there is a desert, so lot of things that Mauritania located, the desert that we see here, sometimes you can move kilometers and kilometers that don't see anyone. It's an amazing country there. Okay, sometimes the wind, you see, the wind is so not easy to live. Also, we see the degree, sometimes it's up to 50 degrees, something like that. But we are adopted for that, okay? So the average is in 42 years. There is a poverty for the children. There is a lot of things, no education, no health care, no food, nothing. Government doesn't do his best. But we thanks a lot for the ONG, for silent worker, when he come or arrive in Mauritania, try to do his best, a lot of things for the deaf. You see the transportation. So not easy, you see. Sometimes you go to the capital, you pick a lot of things to go in the village, But not every day to take it sometime. That's why if you come, you bring you back a lot of things. When you move, you stay 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 1 month, something like that, Yeah. You see here, we have a lot of fish, but poor country also. Yeah, for mechanism, something like that. They have a car fund to need to repair it. So not easy. Yeah, but all the things Silent Walk try to do himself for that. I'll show you later. Yeah, 75 of the country is in the desert. A third of the population does not have access for safe drinking water. Yeah. 17% have not asked for health care. So 38% does not go to school. So 100 liters of clean drinking water Silent Walk have done for the population without no deaf, no hearing people, all the people. They do their best there. You see here, when you have water, you are satisfied. And then the Jordan, how to live, how to eat, to do our best. You see, the mother do their fooding days and health care here. After that, we see the children. Yeah, the forgotten children in Africa. We arrive at here, you see. So, and everyone have to contribute in life. This morning I learned a lot of things for this. Mrs. has talked a lot of leadership. So you see what Silent Walk tried to do, but there is no schools, nothing else. This kind of a schools, even the hearing people doesn't have a good education without talking to the deaf. You see, and the more sometimes to move out of school is not easy. To take kilometers and kilometers in the desert. So, but Silent Walk tried to do his best for that, to have a solution, to have a good education for the deaf, to be responsible for ourselves, you see. And here, it is the communication. But firstly, when Silent Walk arrived in Mauritania, he said that he need to learn deaf children. He say, deaf, how to learn deaf? Deaf just stay at home, who clean, who drink, who do this and that and that. But when he start this kind of things to show him that deaf can do everything in life, you see. And then she built schools. See, school, it is a lot of schools. It is the red stars we talk about here, okay? And she made a lot of dictionary for ISL, sign language, to give the people. And the Silent Walk doesn't take any religion. We are together. Even you are Christianism or Muslim, something like that, we work together for that. Yeah, we start for visualization. First things we go to show deaf how to see the things firstly. We start for visualization here. You see here, the deaf to visualize the things, and here, so in classes, in this side we draw, and in this side we write the word, like fish, like meat, like something like that, okay. It is visualization to help children. You see the child how to draw his family, to identify the things. Here also, it is red star, how the child identify the word and the images and this and that and that. I think that we do it a lot of things here since we started the program. This is class preparation for secondary schools. Okay. Sometimes we work a lot in class. Some children go to sleep, to this and that, something like that, you know. Okay, it is a training trainer. A school equal inclusive, hearing people and deaf people to learn together. Yeah, this trainer. Yeah, we were starting by this. It is a deaf house, Maison de Sourds in Nouakchott. You see the boys, when they finish their education, they communicate how I will be, what I can do, or later on I will do, my dream will be this and that, something like that. It is the communication. Okay, Centre Commercial de Sour. Centre Commercial de Sour shop something the entrepreneurship. About 7 business leaders, about 60 employed young people with a vocational trainer, 16% time students for deaf. Silent Rock have done for that, yeah. To become a good entrepreneur, students are taught subject oriented in sign language, computer science, accounting, and training knowledge so that they can independently cover by and sell the professional aims for the center. Commercial, the Sur became largely independent financial support with 5 years ago. Okay, here they learn the section of computer and you see. Section of ministry, something like that. They do a lot of things. All these things, the deaf do that. You see, deaf artists, boys, start to do a lot of things in Santa Commercial de Tour. Bakery, deaf do also the bakery. They are patent machine for wood, paper, and fabricate the t-shirt, something like that in Mauritania. Yeah, these 2 ladies became leadership for themselves. They teach, they work, they earn their life, and the income come in the center and they live it. You see, they started by this for cooties, something like that, and did here. So they made bamboo jackets, a lot of bamboo jackets. He's our trainer, he must be here with us, this man, Tahiru, but have some little bit, you see this kind of bomber jackets they made. And this kind of bomber jacket they made, they have a big stuff, they go to sell in Netherlands, and the money come back to the center to pay the employee, to do everything there, you see. And the deaf be free for that. They do by themselves, they do everything for them. You see, it is the freedom to come to, they have a leadership for themselves. You see here is in Europa, they buy it and they are satisfied for that. You see, it is possible when we push our limit, the deaf can do everything. Okay. Here also, Lycée of Galoya, School of Galoya, this is the employed, they are deaf. They do a biggest project for that, contribute. It is a transportation for the chair, you see, here. All this, the deaf are made it in Mauritania. Are fitted with the horse and carriage, by the boat. It is in School of Galoya. You see, 1,000 visitor chairs made it by deaf. If you push the limit, deaf can do everything. All the things that you show here is made by deaf people, not hearing people, by deaf people, you see. Okay. Yeah, this painting of Baba Mal was painted by Sede, by this artist of Sedes. He was here last DEAFNET, but this time he is not here. He's the first one and the biggest one in Mauritania. He's a deaf. He works with a lot of places. Okay? Yeah, together with all deaf children and guests, the opening day for Centre Commercial de Sour with Baba Mal. What is needed? Yeah. Firstly, we think, and we have a plan for doing, consulted with the men of the village and the woman of the village first. Okay, wise advice, experience for the safe drinking water for them. Okay. Training. She made a lot of training for the teachers. Even me, I take a lot of training to her every single day. Okay. You see, sometimes you work so hard, go to sleep, something like that. You see this man, Okay, all right. So government permission. It is a government permission. Oh, it is a lot of money, Mauritanian money. Oh, I can check it. Hand in hand with the kids. If we do that, I think that we go hold our kids in the better future. Okay. For a better future for all children, while presenting his culture. Okay. And while presenting the religion. Okay. So here I like to tell my speech for all the deaf society. It is my speech too for you. One, my honor, I be the value of service above selves, to keep a humble heart and focus on a mission greater than my own. I expertise rhythm, I dedicate myself to the service brotherhood and expect nothing to return to me. For this my duty, my calling, my destiny is deaf society. Top of the silent. Top of the silent does not mean emptiness. Silent does not mean we do not think. Silent does not mean we do not have language. Silent does not mean we do not have a tool of expression. Read the line, and there is something behind the line. You will find another word that does not allow much discussion on the country, a will, an action, a sign, a single sign enough to sum up the speech before. I thought that sign language was only easy to find if you focus on in daily and nightly, a little twinkly and will be reachable. Okay, will be reachable. Another word and for a language that does not on was another word and for a language that does honorable to tongues. It is aren't easy to get, but soft slowly for those who determine and will have sought here his quest and return to back. I thought that's where is disabled people that not have they have difficulties in life, they have this and that, but when I approach to them, I know that the society have a lot of things inside. So that is thank you for your attention. Love you all. Okay. Thank you. The time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the presentation. He tried out however much we were behind schedule with time. It's coming from Mauritania, and members, we thank the colleague, and he has managed the time, I think. We need to thank the friend, please. And I'm going to give you just 2 hands. And realize we need to do gender balance here. 1 gentleman and one lady. I need to see the hands. No hand at all. We have one. Okay. No gentleman. All right. So we do not have any questions for you, sir. No, I think. Do you have a question? Please come over.
Je suis content. Salut tout le monde. J'ai vu sa présentation et sa projection, c'est vraiment incroyable. Il nous a montré la situation en Mauritanie et je retrouve la même situation en Algérie. Il faut beaucoup de courage pour avancer. Et vraiment, ça m'a touchée, le fait d'être dans cette situation et pouvoir réussir. C'est comme Monsieur Mandela, il a été un combattant et je salue cette combativité chez mon collègue. Je suis content qu'il ait partagé cette expérience avec tout le monde. Il faut l'aider, il faut qu'on s'entraide, même du côté financement surtout. On est frères dans la surdité. Bravo, merci. La chair de poule.
Thank you so much. Would you love to answer? You give the feedback? No feedback? Okay. Members, we're done with the questions. And we needed a 50-50 balance, but we've closed. And so no more questions. Okay. We thank you for the presentation from Mauritania. And we realize that deaf persons are really suffering out there. And so we have a colleague, Ashlyn, is going to present to you a token, just as the previous presenters. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, thank you, everyone.
We would like to thank everybody for this morning session. We learned so many different things. We had quite a variety of different topics, and we listened to different presenters with a lot of experience, and we feel that we are ready to fill our stomachs, seeing that we have filled our minds already. So we need to keep in mind these points that we learned this morning so that we can implement them when we get back. So I would like to hear how you felt about this morning's session. We tried to catch up. Are there any other communication errors or any mistakes? We would like to apologize for that. We're trying to follow the time, so we're going to carry on. So it's important for us to lead by example, like we learned from Bruno. So we need to be patient and also encourage others to do the same. So we have caught up our time. So now we will go for lunch. I know some of you are starving already because you spent all your energy paying attention this morning. So we'll have a lunch break now for 1 hour, and then we come back. So I would like to thank everyone that was working hard supporting us this morning. So we will come back at 2, and then it will not be myself facilitating anymore. It will be a new facilitator. So thank you very much for your support as supporting me as a facilitator this morning. Enjoy your lunch and see you at 2. Remember, please, to keep time. Remember, Bruno reminded us, we must be here early. We must make sure that everything is... And please remember to switch your phones on silent or switch them off before the next session. Thank you very much. So we've shot the gun and now we're closing it, so we're putting it away. So thank you very much, everyone.
there's something about acknowledging repentance day.
Bonsoir. Bonsoir à tous. J'espère que vous avez bien mangé. Nous allons bientôt commencer. Mais avant de commencer, j'ai une petite information pour vous. C'est à la pause. Nous devons tous sortir pour regarder dehors, au babillard, la liste des noms des personnes qui doivent soit se faire vacciner ou pas. C'est important de bien vérifier avant de voyager. Merci. Maintenant, nous entrons dans le débat du sujet. Depuis l'ouverture de cette conférence, nous avons beaucoup discuté, écouté, compris et réfléchi sur les difficultés que rencontrent les personnes surdes en Afrique. Alors aujourd'hui, c'est vraiment un thème important d'écouter aussi les bonnes personnes qui ont de l'expérience dans le leadership et qui peuvent nous aider, surtout les jeunes surds de l'Afrique. Et nous vous prions donc de prendre beaucoup d'attention pour les écouter. Alors nous invitons Monsieur
Very soon.
Kubabu
Donc,
du Congo,
vous call on
RDC.
Mr. Kubabu. Mr. Kubabu Ronzi Shukuru, who is from Congo.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Bonsoir, messieurs et dames.
I'm happy to be here.
Je suis content d'être là.
My name is Debbie.
Je m'appelle
I'm from
Debbie
Congo,
et je suis du Congo.
DRC.
Congo, République démocratique du Congo,
And
bien
in
entendu.
our country, we speak French, but I
dans
don't
mon
want to
pays, nous
speak
parlons
French.
français,
I prefer to sign.
mais
So I
je
will do my
préfère,
presentation in
signer.
sign language. We want to thank
Je vous dis
DEAFNET
merci
for this
je dis
opportunity
merci à DEAFNET pour cette
that we can
initiative,
present to our
de
fellow
nous
deaf
avoir invités,
colleagues from
de
Africa.
faire partie de cette conférence avec nos
The purpose
frères.
of our presentation is to support the youth
Le thème de notre présentation
in various
est
training
de soutenir les jeunes
projects
dans tous les
such as
défis qu'ils
skills
rencontrent.
development. It's
pour
very
le
important
développement.
that we as deaf people need to lead the deaf community and think about methods in which we can improve our own lives. When I was in Worcester, they taught me the social competency model, also known as SOCOMO, and I'm very thankful for the benefits that my colleagues from the other countries assisted me with in understanding SOCOMO and relating the teaching that we received for SOCOMO, the social competency model, to our own experience in our communities. So if you look at the title, for the deaf communities, we definitely do need strong leadership, especially in Congo. So we're going to have a look at some of the experiences and see what we can learn from these experiences. We don't want you, we don't have enough time to go into in-depth explanation of these experiences, but we will briefly touch on some to give you an overview of what's happening in Congo, to show how we implement the social competency model in the different environments in which we function. So my presentation will consist of the following points. First of all, we will focus on the community in Congo. How do we ensure a strong deaf community, and what does that look like? What does it mean for a deaf community to be strong? What is strong leadership? How do we as deaf leaders empower the deaf community? The following point we will look at is how we support the deaf community by building and maintaining strong relationships with the community. If you have any questions, and if time allows, we will get to that at the end of the presentation. So moving on to the first point. So if you imagine that there are no leaders, how will things work? Is it possible? You will not be able to succeed. There's a part missing on my presentation. I will just cover it without the visual aid. So when you read the Bible, there are various parables about leadership. So if you think about David, Moses, Joshua, Solomon, and various other characters in the Bible, we see who they led. They were all leaders in their own right. They led God's people according to His word. Now, there's a problem with the presentation. It's not what I prepared the order. This is the wrong presentation. Please go continue. Continue more. No, it's the wrong presentation. Could you start the presentation again, please? Apologies for the delay. Please be patient with us while we fix this technical difficulty. Apologies for the delay. Now we have the right presentation, thank you. So if we look at the geographical setup of Congo, the population is 92 million. It's about 4 million deaf individuals in the population. In Congo, we have the legal system to support persons with disabilities. This is our representative in Congo, the Minister for Persons with Disabilities. So the Ministry for Persons with Disabilities deal with all facets in the lives of persons with disabilities. Moving on to the second point of my presentation, what makes a community strong? It's important for a community to have a shared ideal. Members of the community must think about the common values and the common benefit of all members of the deaf community. So if we think about schools, other educational institutions, businesses, sports, all different facets must be included in the development of the deaf community. Deaf people shouldn't be passive, but rather be active and make use of the structures that are available to support them.
All stakeholders should be included to enable deaf persons achieve. And the community and partnerships should be able to be developed, and there must be acceptance. There must be working together among the society and the members within the community. And participation is very key. We must have deaf persons involved in all activities and not isolated or not discriminated in any way. If we have any activities in the society, in the NGO world, in the civil society, we should have deaf persons involved and their voices should be heard. They should be able to share their ideas and also to show that deaf persons can. And we must have representatives. And this would imply that in the communities, we must have the deaf leaders. And in different countries, whether there are any activities, deaf persons must be involved in the programs of the country. The deaf community must have, this you see on our projection, we must have the resources. And that would imply that deaf persons, when they're involved, there must be human resource to support them. And they can do anything. They can be in the offices, be deployed in offices. They can also be able to provide the materials or get the technical resources. They can provide such, and then we can also have the financial support to be able to strengthen the society and empower them. And under the human resource is something we must look at is the human rights aspect, where we have different programs. If we want to have to develop our society, we must be able to fight, empower deaf persons to fight for their human rights. And that would enable the deaf persons build and develop together with others. Do we understand this in our projection, Sustainable Development Goals? Sustainable Development Goals. In the deaf community, we must all have this. and deaf people should have the knowledge at the back of our minds. Now we go into the presentation to look at how Congo and the experiences in leadership is. A lot of advocacy has been done, but also to empower ourselves by learning different skills. In Congo, we've actually had, of course, challenges within the society. It is not an easy journey. I can give you an example here. In my travels within the country, I have actually had, you can't sleep in a house, for example, for a full week. And you do not have even the materials to use within your house. And the persons as a leader that you're having are coming really to support, are coming to ask you for too much, and it is not easy to be a leader. But we should be able to continue to support and also to be able to develop. So in the training, the picture you see down is when we had the Sokomo training. And the Sokomo training, for me, it created a lot of awareness that enabled me to transfer back home. As I explained earlier before about the deaf community, I want to relate it to my society in Congo. What are those things? In our society, we have so many things as it is projected here on the screen, on the slide. And the deaf community in our society is actually accepted. It is involved within and among the society members. Our government also has development ideas that actually is always asking the deaf persons in our society, what do you need? And how can we be of help? And it usually invites us as deaf persons so that we have an interaction. And so one of the things that have been presented is sign language. And the government is really trying to make sure that we even have the sign language dictionary. And these are the pictures that you see of youth. Now, we're going to look at those leaders that we need. Who are a strong leader that we need? And what are those aspects that they must contain? This is a picture representing SOCOMO, Social Competence Model. There must be a balance within the community tasks or what the community desires us to have. Do we have the capacity? And if we do not have, then you can't be a leader. You must have the competencies. And if you're a leader and you have really had enough skills, then it is easier for you to match the task that the community demands. If you do not have the skills, then one of the sides will never balance. It will overweigh the other side. So the community tasks and the leadership skills must be able to match.
The leader must be capacitated.
Yeah, the leader must have the skills. And we need now to look at the strong leadership here. A leader must have similar skills and competencies, just as the society demands him or her of. And a leader must be capable, must have the expertise, must have the knowledge to support his society. The leader represents a community. And that is why you're seeing in our picture here, our leader has the skills and has the capacity to direct and give guidance all to the others. a leader must be able to lift the flag, just like in our picture up here. And so the leader should be able to have a broader picture, should have an ideal picture on where we are moving to. And that is when he will actually show the members that he's leading, here is the direction that we must go. This is the dream that we must achieve. And that is the kind of leader that we must have. In the picture next is where you must have all the members come together. And there must be unity. You remember the moment we are divided or fighting every day, we may not achieve the dream. For us to achieve the ideal position, we must work together, and that is the picture. And we must, and all members must be participatory. That's why you see in our picture, we have every member raising up a hand. You remember when we had the presentation in the morning, from Bruno, we have those characters, but a leader should be able to dig up all these members so that they can be able to participate. Because the voices must come from every direction. And the leader should have that kind of expertise so that we can advocate for our rights. And we should have varying skills. And you must prepare. If you must achieve something, if you have a task that you're delegated to do, you must plan which step do you begin with. And there must be chronology that you finish step 1, step 2, step 3, you don't have to jumble. Our fifth point is about advocacy. A leader should have the advocacy skills. You must be able to explain who deaf persons are, what kind of problems do you face, and what are your anticipated solutions? How do we go about it? And a leader should as well have a prior plan. For example, if you're building a house of this nature, you can't just wake up in the morning and put blocks. There must be an architectural plan, then have a structure impression, and then eventually have the empowerment, the skill that you can deploy. Yeah, you must have a full design on how you can move forward. And so the training of Sokomo really empowered me, and it empowered me, got the skills, and that brings us to the seventh point of responsibility. And if you're not responsible, then you might not easily move. If every other time you're complaining, it begins with me as a leader to be able to deliver. And it is not about the payments, but volunteerism. We're going now to look at strong leadership and the contribution in the mainstream society.
The strong leaders and their capacity to be a good leader, strong leader. One who can call the others and point them in the right direction, guiding them so that it can influence them on what action to take. They'll look at me and they'll be following or copying, imitating what I'm doing. So it is something that is in me that will make me lead them. I must have an idea, and I cannot keep it to myself. You must identify, look, the diversity of what problems that you have. So then you contribute, and then you can beam them up, and then you develop materials, for example, and then people then will see, aha, that is what we should do. It's a good idea. We should accept it and go home with it, and then you can plan it. Now, we know they don't, many deaf communities, are weak. No, we can't accept that. I think we must raise them up to be strong. The deaf people must search for and learn from knowledge so that they can have the right skills and knowledge so that they can be participating together. So it is not just the deaf people themselves. You should involve other people as well. For example, the hearing who have some knowledge and experience to support you. So when you have a project, you must get support. You must look for people from all over the place to come and assist you because they have good ideas. But it does not mean just money. Have a project. Even if there's no money, but once you have a project that you planned it, then you can search for money. But firstly, you have to discuss and have an interaction with all the stakeholders about a common ideal. When you have a situation and you want to do something, it is good to go and call other people and bring them together so that they can see the benefit and get the support like DEAFNET has done here. Yeah, this is not just for Congo. This is for the entire continent of Africa. When you look at all this, there must be training. We must have training. The society must be involved. How to network, how to organize things, how to manage the projects, project proposal, how to use technology to assist us, and we must have policy as well, and we must also work legally, and we must know what the government policies are. And then we have advocacy, and advocacy will show what we have already. And then you can get into business, entrepreneurship, so that you can help yourself. And this will make you be empowered. And once you're empowered, then you can empower the others. You can empower the community. Now, let's look at this now. Let's look at it. How much time do you have? Deaf leaders should not accept oppression or should not oppress the others. They must get some help. They must get some help. Now, for strong capacitation, the deaf leaders must be themselves empowered to do and be able to empower the others. Can we all applaud him for a good presentation?
the projections. Where's Sanjay? Where's Sanjay? Sanjay, people are not happy. I don't know what is the problem. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. I need to introduce who I am. My name and my side name is that. And my name is Bwire Edgar. I come from Uganda. Uganda is the most beautiful country in Africa. It is the Pearl of Africa. Does anyone know Uganda here? All of us here should be able to visit the Pearl of Africa before we die. I've come here to make a presentation, and it is entirely about the leadership journey in DEAFNET. It is not going to be a long presentation. I did a better presentation. I had actually planned to do it the entire day, but simply because of time, I had to reduce the slides to 10 minutes. You can imagine. And as we see on the projection, someone out there put up a quotation that leaders are born, not made. But for us, in DEAFNET, the approach is a different one. We believe that leaders are made. And if leaders are born, then why do we have institutions training leadership? And leadership is a skill. So skills are attained and studied. Are we listening? What we see on the projection is balancing the scale. As a leader, it is very, very important that you get to know the responsibilities that you're supposed to take on, but also be able to know be able to have the skills to lead others. So if your responsibilities are too much than the skills, then you cannot do the job. Our leaders are made and trained to be able to achieve. And that's why DEAFNET goes ahead to train young deaf persons to have the leadership skills to be able to know what they must do and how to achieve them. And it is not about the personal decision or identification that I am a leader. Then you'll become a picture. And it's not about you being a boss or a chair, and you have a deputy, you have an accountant, and so you put up your posters in the room, but you have not attained the skills. You're not leaders, please. So in our training in DEAFNET is entirely to see how we balance the scale. You see the picture? Our scale is really balancing. You have the tasks on the other side, and you have the roles. So as a leader, you should be able to know what to do. And you must also know what kind of responsibilities you have ahead of you. You must know your weaknesses and strengths. Now, you'll allow me give a simple explanation here. How did we start? I really love the facilitators who come and make presentations with examples. I want to look at the Bible. I think the word here on our projection, do we have it in the Bible? Genesis. Do we have it in the Bible? It implies the beginning. Oh, okay. I want to ask you a question. Do we know Jesus? How many disciples did Jesus have? He had 12? Were there 12? Or 20? Okay. Jesus had 12 disciples. And that is very true. Is it very easy to be a disciple of Jesus? I think it is a very hard thing. The reason is, Jesus said, to be my disciple, you should be able to leave everything, your family, your car, and every belonging, and all the enjoyments that you can attain. So that is the same way as leaders we should be able to achieve, and the training that we achieve from DEAFNET. In Uganda, if you invited people to come and say, okay, can you come and we have an interaction, it's a different story. But DEAFNET gave me an opportunity. I was in Uganda and I had to work for this kind of training. How many of us have been coming to South Africa driving, not by air? You see, for me, I walked from Uganda to South Africa. I spent 12 weeks coming here for a training, and the training is entirely about leadership. I had free food here for good 2 weeks. No sleeping. I was just concentrating on the training. And the moment the training was done, I was awarded with a certificate, certified. And so now from today onwards, go back to the people and spread the good news. You see this picture here? This is part of the trainings, part of the Genesis, the competencies that we had. We started in 2021, and we had different persons within the continent. And here is the aim that we needed to achieve. As we sit in this room, we have so many countries that are here. But we also have national associations of the deaf in our countries, wherever we come from. And associations for the deaf have eventually developed different programs, including circles, financial management circles, and small associations within our countries. But I doubt whether our leaders are really strong enough to give us the guidance. And the reason is there is no aim. there is no vision. And so if you are not trained to be a strong leader, then it will be very hard for you to be a perfect leader. And those are the weaknesses that we have. And now, establishment of organizations. If you have an organization or an association, you cannot wake up in the morning or out of sleep and then establish an organization. There must be steps that you take to be able to achieve the dream. Leaders of associations must have the skills and the knowledge. You cannot establish an organization and leave it there. It will entirely become a picture. But you establish an organization for sustainability. We have leaders amongst ourselves here. If you do not know or if you do not have self-management skills, and you do not know how to manage relationships within yourself and others, anytime you're about to fight or collide with your colleagues. So in our training is basically how do you become a good leader? How can you be able to manage yourself as a leader? How do you live happily with the people around you? The leadership training has actually been different countries on the continent. We've been in Tanzania, we've been in DRC Congo, we've been in Malawi, and we have as well been in Swaziland. Something I must share with you, we have now become disciples of DEAFNET, and we're spreading the gospel. Those countries who are here and we haven't reached, who knows, tomorrow we'll be there. And I hope we will. I want us to look at the achievements that we have attained so far. It is just entirely about what we have attained, but what skills have we shared? We've had about 100 leaders that we have trained and that have achieved the skills that we're empowered with. The organizations that we have, they as well have different ideas. They even know what kind of work that they need to do, the tasks. But the lacking bit or the gap is about empowerment. What are those skills that they need to have as leaders? I'll give you an example. You can easily have an assessment of, a strong person. You feel that person can take you further, and eventually they don't. Many leaders amongst ourselves and out there, they feel after working a lot to the extreme, they want to give up. And eventually they will always tell you, I have worked entirely. I have been in management, but I feel I should resign. This is enough. I can't take it any further. In our training approach, we do not support leaders who give up easily. So if you do not have no skills, then you're about to do that. If you have some weaknesses, we believe that those weaknesses can be turned into strengths. The picture you see here is a training we held in DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. We were training. And this one, we were in Swaziland. I need to make a conclusion. And I would request my brother, Anthony, to come and make this conclusion. Anthony, welcome. Please run. Hello, everyone. Are we all fine? I'm just going to supplement on what my brothers actually explained. And I will give a picture on how we had a training in Swaziland.
I do apologize. Let me just start that over again. So again, I would like to say hi to everyone. And also thank you to Edgar for his contribution about the Sokomo project and training. This is now with reference to Eswatini. And this is an example of the work that we've done. And this is the Bible Society of Eswatini on the image behind me. Reverend Smith came especially to us in Eswatini in, what year was it? Oi, I can't even remember. I think 2008? Manzimi, a town where we met and we were introduced to each other and given training. And so every year since then, we've been growing, and I think last year around November, just before last year in 2019, we came through and Malani. In Malani we had built Mahlanye, thank you. A building was erected and it was created for a deaf association to be housed. And the Bible Society of Eswatini was housed in the same building. And I wanted to say a big thank you to DEAFNET for the contribution financially as well that was given to us so that we could with Debbie and Edgar, we could come together and receive training for 2 weeks on the Sokomo project. There was a lot of food. He might have said there wasn't much food, but believe me, we had enough food for everyone. And what we learned, we were able to take back to our countries and spread that knowledge. And there has been other projects that we've been involved with. In Eswatini, we have been waiting to start a project. And on 14 November, we had training from 14 until 19 November. And this is the group that attended that leadership training that we conducted last month, on the 14th of November. They were hungry for the knowledge. And some of them are even board members of the Deaf Society. They really enjoyed all the training that they received. It wasn't enough time. We only could provide training for 1 week. And on Saturday, there was a very brief relaxation time before we had to fly here so that we could attend this conference. So we share the same story. that we want to carry forward the knowledge that we've received. Thank you.
So, as part of the conclusions and recommendations, we just have one more point that we would like to add. So the summary of our presentation will be made available for those who are interested, and recommendations especially, because training is very important within the deaf community, but not just do the training and then leave it, but follow up with the community and see what other assistance can you provide for the community, what skills need to be further developed. For example, if you do a short training session and then that's it, you have to follow up. You can't just have a once-off session. You have to build on top of the training sessions. So we plan to do similar training, continue with continuous training. And we showed different examples of other countries and other areas that were visited, and it was very hard work, and we need to visit more places and spread this good news and this skills that we've attained. Just like we all received the Bible yesterday, we want to share the good news and carry it with us when we go back to our countries, and bring it with us. So in Congo, we already visited Congo. We wanted to, but we couldn't. Interpreter's mistake, apologies, because we couldn't get the visa. But the problem is they couldn't get the visa to come to Eswatini, but we continued with what we were able to do. So now we are here in South Africa, and we are very, very glad to be here for this conference and to share it with our international delegates from Africa. We are very excited. We know we learned South African Sign Language when we did our training here.
And as we attended the training, every time we came back, our South African Sign Language skills improved. And by the end, we were quite proficient in South African Sign Language. And we were able to learn more and more as we progressed. As you can see on the screen, we need funding. The funding will then help us to spread the knowledge further. Just like Edgar referred to the 12 disciples, they were looking at what they had, but that they had to let it go. And it was not about getting anything back for the work that they were doing, but because they were doing it from the bottom of their hearts. We are appreciative of what DEAFNET has done, the funding that has come our way, the people that have gone into the various places to make sure that the training continues. We are grateful. And we will continue working, just like Jesus' disciples, through the rest of Africa to spread the good news of empowerment, the good news of being leaders. And the leaders who are there, we want to make sure that they are empowered and that they carry the good news. In Matthew, in the Bible, in the Good News Bible, in Matthew, chapter 8, verse 9, it says that we must follow Jesus. We must follow him and step in his shoes so that the message can carry forward, not just in your own space, but the rest of the world. And we want the same thing to happen here, for this good news and this good work to spread through Africa. Europe has a lot. Africa has been neglected. And we want to make sure that we don't lag behind. We want this good news to spread through Africa and the world. So with that, we would like to say thank you. In English, right? And in what is mercy? Yeah. Oh, it is your languages. See, different languages. We say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
We shall follow
the next presenter is Pastor Jimmy Akimu from Malawi. Pastor Jimmy Akimu from Malawi is our next presenter. Bonsoir, bonsoir.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Bonsoir à tout le monde.
My name is Jimmy
Je m'appelle Jimmy
Akiu.
Akimu
I am from Malawi.
et je suis du Malawi. Je viens du Malawi, ressortissant du Malawi.
This is how we sign Malawi, and this is my sign name.
Et ceci est mon
I am a deaf individual,
Je suis sourd
and I'm using South African Sign Language
et
for this
j'utilise la langue de
presentation.
signes sud-africaine pour ma présentation.
I would like to explain to you a
Je vais
bit
expliquer
about
légèrement
the logos that
le
you see
logo
on
que
the
vous voyez
screen.
sur le slide.
So, the blue logo you see on the screen is my deaf ministry
Le logo que
in
vous voyez
Malawi,
sur l'écran
and then
est
of course
mon
DEAFNET's logo
ministère des sourds.
for sponsoring us.
Et DEAFNET fait partie de ceux qui nous sponsorisent.
My discussion today will be about SOCOMO training for deaf
Ma
leaders
présentation sera basée sur le SOCOMO training pour les leaders sourds
and the projects that we have completed in Malawi.
et le projet également que nous avons terminé au Malawi.
I've already introduced myself. If
Je
you
me suis
missed my
présenté
name or
déjà,
surname, it's
mon
on
nom
the board
qui
again.
revient sur l'écran.
Here we have a picture
Là, vous
that
avez
was
une
taken
image
in
qui a
Malawi.
été prise au Malawi.
I think it's important
Je
to
pense que c'est
first give a bit
important
of background,
de dire merci
and
à
more
DEAFNET.
importantly, it's it's important to thank DEAFNET for the opportunity of giving us this training, thus enabling us to further spread this good news in Malawi. Like Edgar and Anthony also mentioned in their contribution, they assisted me with the training in Malawi. So in these different, each in our respective countries, we supported one another. Sorry, I'm going to look behind me because my laptop is very small. I find it difficult to see. So in Malawi, this was the first time that we had this kind of training. Never before had anything similar been done for the deaf community. So we were very excited and very thankful for this opportunity to provide this training for the deaf in Malawi. To establish deaf leaders within the church and members from the general deaf public to enable them to become deaf leaders in their own rights. So I'm going to continue with the leadership training that we did. So the purpose of the training, the competencies that we wanted to impart on the deaf leaders were as follows. You can read it. I'm not going to go through all of it because of time constraints. So after we selected participants that we would provide the training for, we had to consider how we're going to present this training, because we wanted to have both men and women represented. We wanted to be fair. We didn't want to exclude anybody. So we made sure that we were representative before we started with the training, and then we explained to the participants why we selected 20 people for this training, as you can see in the photo behind me. There were 9 women and 11 men. I would like to explain how we did it in Malawi. So we identified deaf leaders who are proficient in English, as well as those who are not proficient in English. And then we thought about their individual needs, how we can empower them. So for example, on this flip chart that you see in the picture, we used both the English presentation on the screen as well as the flip chart for simplified language, so that those who struggle with English can still follow along. It was very important for us to make sure that we kept the attention of the participants and not lose them because of language issues. To explain to deaf leaders what the social competency model consists of took a lot of work, and we decided to approach it in a practical manner. So just teaching the theory of the social competency model wouldn't be sufficient. We needed to make sure that we both presented to the group as a whole, but also divided into smaller groups and had workshop and brainstorming sessions. So we could see from their perspective what they understand under these different theories. Sorry, I forgot where the button was for the next slide. So moving on, these are the various topics that we discussed within the training. We conducted the training for 1 week, and Edgar joined us from Uganda Edgar, please stand up. The same person you saw earlier. He joined me from Uganda in Malawi. So we thank you, my brother, for your support. And may God bless you for all your hard work. And you may wonder, why did we invite somebody from Uganda to join us? Because we felt a team approach would be better. So we wanted the deaf to be empowered from various deaf leaders' perspective. The workshop that we held for empowering the deaf leaders, we decided to choose younger people for the participants. And remember the first presentation that Bruno gave us this morning. Remember the quote that he said that was at the start of his presentation. The youth today are the leaders of tomorrow. And that's true, because the young people today will be those who will lead us tomorrow. And similarly, we had the same sentiment in Malawi. We thought that those who were still young, who were eager to learn and to improve themselves, they would be more open to sharing this knowledge with future generations. So we discussed various points about SOCOMO, the social competency model, such as, for example, managing your own life as a deaf leader, your own responsibilities. This is a picture of where Edgar presented with me. I'm going to summarize quickly because of time. This is an example of one of the group discussions that after we presented the theory, we had the group divide into smaller groups and then asked them to discuss what they understand under a specific topic, to see whether they truly understood or not. And then based on their answers, we saw where we had to repeat certain points to make sure that they truly understood what the training was about. We also allowed the audience to ask questions, so it was interactive. It was not only in a presentation format. We saw that some individuals weren't comfortable in asking questions, so we approached them during tea breaks and so forth to allow them the opportunity to ask any questions they had. I would like to touch on some of the successes or the outcomes from this training that we conducted. Like I mentioned earlier, this was the first time that this kind of training was conducted in Malawi. And we also focused on not only liaising with the deaf community, but including hearing partners as well. Like I mentioned earlier, we had a representative group of both men and women. We discussed the characteristics of a good leader within the communities in Malawi. It's important not to think about yourself, but to think of others, to serve the community, not yourself. To open your heart and really give from the bottom of your heart. Likewise, these leaders who have been equipped with these skills need to further empower others by explaining to them what it means to be a leader and assisting them in developing the necessary skills. As you can see, everyone, both men and women, were very happy at the end of the training for the opportunity to be treated as equals. And the reason why this is important, to give you a bit of background in Malawi, historically women were oppressed or weren't given the same opportunities as men. They were viewed as inferior to men. So we felt we're not going to allow this stereotype to continue in the deaf community, and we decided to empower both our deaf brothers and sisters. Like all of us who are sitting here as deaf leaders, we need to understand what our work entails, how we work with the community. The first time that we did this training, it was in Bueno. I forgot the name of interpreters, apologies. The first time it was held in the city. Many deaf people came together for the first time, and we shared ideas about what they think should be improved. The workshop that we conducted on being deaf leaders in the deaf community also dealt with the challenges that we as the deaf community face, and the challenges that we as the facilitators faced during this training. It is not easy to present such a complex subject as being a leader in the deaf community. Because of time constraints, I mean, 1 week is hardly enough time to thoroughly cover all of the points that we wanted to. We felt that we needed more time, but we did the best with what we could. So we made sure that we gave additional information to the participants that they could follow up with after the training. Another challenge that we experienced during the training was the issue of language. We know that hearing languages are different to, or rather the hearing community's language ability is different to that of the deaf community. So we wanted to make sure that it was accessible to the deaf, both those who are skilled in English and those who are less skilled in English. So we made sure that we defined difficult terms. Remember Dr. Rousseau, Pastor Rousseau, apologies, when he spoke about the Bible and he explained how the Bible translators went about explaining difficult terminology within the Bible. That same method was applied in our training. So we tried to give a glossary of difficult terms so that the participants could have a look at it if at any time there were terms that they didn't understand, or at times we felt that just giving them a simplified English version wasn't enough and we needed to incorporate it into sign language and explain how we would use it in sign language so that they were better able to understand it. So my conclusions and the lessons that we learned that I would like to touch on. We as the facilitators of the training worked very hard, and we realized the important skills you need to facilitate training other deaf people. You need to understand how to simplify things that need simplifying, such as using the flip chart, for example. We didn't want it to only be located in one district, but we wanted the training to spread to all districts within Malawi. We understood that although we focused on social competency training, we understand the importance of also providing HIV, AIDS, and even TB training to the deaf leaders. TBV, apologies, interpreter's mistake. And it's a very challenging situation in Malawi. And because of the political situation amongst the deaf community and the hearing communities, oftentimes deaf people suffer because of lack of information, or they feel ashamed because of it, or they are intimidated by the hearing communities. So during our training, we made sure to encourage the deaf participants to stand up and voice their complaints or voice their concerns. And that is very important when you want to be a deaf leader. How's my time? Is my time still okay? I would like to show you some of the photos that we took. After we did the training, we realized that we definitely need to do similar training throughout Malawi and do it on a continuous basis. Once off, even with the same group of participants, will not be sufficient. We need to continue encouraging them and keep that passion going. This is another group photo. Thank you very much. Thank you for paying attention, and may God bless all of you.
At the end of this presentation, okay.
Don't worry, it's okay.
Thank you.
Tous les présentateurs doivent avancer. Allez devant. Allez devant.
Maintenant, je vous présente tous les 4 présentateurs.
Now,
Et vous avez des questions.
I will present you the
Posez à
4
eux là.
presenters, and if you have questions, you should ask your questions.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to ask a question.
Merci pour cette opportunité de poser des questions.
So it's not a question that I want to ask.
Ce n'est pas une question que je veux poser.
Rather, I would like to give a comment.
J'aimerais simplement commenter.
I just want to say thank you very, very much for giving us these presentations and showing us the good work that is being done in Africa. I was watching your presentation and seeing the good work that you were doing for the training. And we would like to thank DEAFNET for this idea of focusing on the youth and giving them the opportunity. We remember Bruno's presentation this morning saying we need to encourage the youth, and DEAFNET further encourages us to empower the deaf youth in the deaf communities. And by means of your training that you conducted in Congo, in Malawi, in Eswatini, in these different countries, you shared the knowledge that was shared with you by means of the training DEAFNET provided. And this is a beautiful thing. Thank you very much.
Bonsoir tout le monde, merci à toute l'Assemblée. Je suis Dido Ouattara de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je vous remercie et sincèrement d'être là. Vraiment, c'est pour moi un honneur. Premièrement, je voudrais poser une question.
I want to ask a question.
À propos de DEAFNET.
Au sujet de DEAFNET.
Il a longtemps entendu parler de l'ONG DEAFNET. Mais pour lui, c'est la première fois d'être ici aujourd'hui. Alors, au vu de tout ce qu'il peut voir, il voit ce que DEAFNET produit à travers les nombreux leaders présents. Et il se rend compte que du côté de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, l'Afrique centrale, l'Afrique francophone vraiment n'arrive pas à suivre le développement que nous pouvons constater avec ceux de l'Afrique anglophone. Et on se rend compte que les programmes de DEAFNET sont pour former les personnes sourdes et les amener à être des leaders. Donc, en fait, on se rend compte ici qu'en fait, les personnes sourdes du côté anglophone sont plus avancées en termes d'activité que ceux de l'Afrique francophone. Donc, vraiment, respect déjà pour tout ce que vous faites et vraiment, merci énormément.
So, that's a question I want to ask to find out if it can be balanced.
Thank you. The questioner from Côte d'Ivoire. Here I am. I'm from Congo. And I'm from Francophone Africa.
Je suis d'une région francophone.
I could not do that, but I was trying to, follow in English.
J'essaie de suivre ça en anglais.
DEAFNET is not oppressing the Francophone Africa. It is you to get up and be active, and you can be involved. So it's you have to prepare your country and all of them to come together so that you can be part of this. Thank you. It's a francophone country.
But also, just as as an addition to what, just a minute. Members, are you still communicating something, or are we concentrating to the facilitators? And the other question, where all the question that you have that we do not balance the regions, I think it is an administrative question. Because as you look at us here, we are just followers. We were identified from different countries. So I think that is a matter maybe DEAFNET also can be able to add something.
Thank you very much for the presentations that each of you presented. And we know that we don't want to focus on the old generation of deaf people. We want to empower the younger generation so that all of Africa, not just specific countries, but all of Africa can be involved in DEAFNET and empower their communities in their areas. So we don't want anybody to feel lost. We want everybody to be part of this training. So Jesus came to look for the lost sheep, to empower them. So likewise, we don't want to leave anybody behind, but we want to empower the deaf community and make sure that those who are lost are found. And we would like to see that this kind of training continues, and the work that DEAFNET does in leading us and enabling us to work together. So we see everyone is happy because this information that is being shared here will go back to the countries where we are from, and we will further disperse this training, skills development in our own communities to make sure that this is not wasted. We know when we talk about the social competency model, you know, you want to be in balance. So we want to make sure that we keep our balance and make sure that we're ready for the race. And Reverend Smith, when you retire, please be available to guide us whenever we need you. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Sharma, and I'm from the Seychelles. You've just told us about this training program, and it was just amazing. It gave me goosebumps. Very exciting. But I do have one question, though, to Jimmy and the others. But the question is, the program that you teach them, how did you come about learning all that content in order to teach? A question from Jimmy. I'm sorry, can I just clarify the question? The question is, how did you meet up beforehand and set up the program to know what to teach? And a response from Jimmy, we're just waiting for the delegate to sit down before we respond.
In response to your question, Edgar came to me in Malawi for 1 week, and we planned and worked on the content together. We discussed how we're going to facilitate the training And then when Edgar returned to Uganda, I continued with communicating with him over the phone, on video chat, making sure that all our plans and all our preparation was in order, so that when the training was presented in the different countries, that it is universal, that it is presented in the same way, but also so that we communicate with one another, whatever challenges we had. You know, we're fortunate now because of the advancement of technology, we can communicate over vast distances. Edgar, would you like to add?
In the trainings that we held, it is not that we went to begin from zero. We didn't begin the trainings from just our ideas, but it was a presentation. You remember the training that we had in Sokomo? But I also want to refer you again back to the Bible. We were trained to go and deliver the gospel. So it came from that training, and we continued empowering. So it is entirely DEAFNET's package that we are basically delivering and using to empower other young leaders.
Salut tout le monde, merci pour votre présentation. Je voudrais souligner le point de vue de mon collègue avant concernant les pays francophones. Vous pensez que c'est la première fois que nous avons été enseignés en leadership? Non, non, déjà. En 2010, on a déjà reçu une formation sur le leadership au Maroc. Donc, un groupe de formation, un groupe de formateurs nous a formés dans le leadership. Et je les remercie infiniment de nous avoir fait ça et nous remettre les diplômes après évaluation de nos compétences dans le domaine. Les formateurs francophones étaient là et nous avons eu cette formation en leadership. Et on ne remerciera jamais assez DEAFNET de nous avoir ouvert la possibilité d'avoir ce genre de formation. Et DEAFNET est partout dans tous les pays, francophones ou anglophones. Merci pour vos présentations.
DEAFNET has trained people that are represented in other
Par
French-speaking
exemple,
countries.
l'Afrique du Nord, le représentant, c'est
We have a representative from North Africa.
l'Afrique centrale.
Central
le
Africans
représentant,
are here.
Madame Marie.
Madame Marie is here.
Du Sud, ainsi de suite. Donc ça veut dire que les représentants qui sont nommés par DEAFNET
So to say that representatives that are called by DEAFNET from other countries, French-speaking countries, are good representatives.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Vraiment,
everyone.
merci pour cette ouverture d'esprit de
Thank you for
DEAFNET.
this openness
En
of
plus,
the
je voudrais
spirit
parler
of
de,
DEAFNET.
du résultat probant de toutes ces formations
We should
par
talk
ces leaders.
about,
Prenons l'exemple.
result of the
Il est
various
vrai
leaders.
qu'en Afrique,
is true that in Africa,
beaucoup n'ont pas eu l'information, déjà ne connaissent pas DEAFNET.
do not have the
Premièrement,
information, they don't know
lui,
about
avant, il n'avait
DEAFNET.
jamais entendu parler de DEAFNET.
For instance, he has
Donc,
never heard
pour
about
lui, c'est une
DEAFNET.
surprise. Première fois, il
So
arrive,
for
il
him,
trouve
it's
tout
a
ce qui est très
surprise.
bien fait.
And he
C'est
comes here and
magistral
discovers
pour
that
lui.
everything is
Donc,
well done.
il se dit,
So
c'est
it's
très
great for
bien
him.
ce qui se fait en Afrique,
So he
mais
says,
c'est
he
vrai
thinks
que
everything
nous
is
avons des
well done
problèmes
here in
d'argent,
Africa,
c'est vrai,
but he
mais ce n'est
says he
pas
thinks
une
that
raison
we
pour
have
ne pas
problem
faire
of
mieux.
money,
Cherchons,
but it's
soyons
not a
curieux,
reason for
allons
why
vers
we
les
will
autres.
not do more.
Lorsque nous arrivons dans des
When
milieux pareils,
we come
essayons de
to this
copier
kind of
avec le peu de moyens que DEAFNET
it's
a.
good
Ils
for
ont fait
us
grand. Est-ce que nous, avec le
do
peu de moyens qu'on a, on ne peut pas
like
faire
DEAFNET is
pareil?
doing, we should
Ne
do
passons pas le temps
also
à être
great.
éberlués, étonés de ce qui
We
se fait
should
ailleurs.
not always
C'est
be
bien,
surprised
oui,
of what is
mais on
done
peut faire
elsewhere.
pareil.
We can
Alors
also
lui,
do the same.
enfin, depuis qu'il est là, il a constaté que
Since
tous
he's
ceux qui
here,
viennent prennent le temps.
he
Les
noticed that
présentations sont très bien faites.
all the
Les
presenters
exposés sont
came and
magnifiques.
they did their
Les
things
orateurs sont
greatly,
éloquents.
and they are
Il est
eloquent.
éberlué. Les
And
interprètes
he's
sont
just so
professionnels.
surprised.
Il y a
Interpreters are so professional.
tout est bien fait, tout est,
and
tout est
all
bien
is well
organisé.
organized.
Et c'est uniquement par des personnes sourdes. Donc tout est
And
faisable,
it's
tout
not
est possible.
it's not only deaf
Pourquoi est-ce
persons,
que nous ne
but
pouvons pas aussi
why
copier
can we
ce
not
qui se
do
fait du
it,
côté
or
anglophone?
copy it, to
Vraiment,
do it in the
pour lui,
French
il
areas?
se dit,
So
il pense que
he
le
thinks
processus, le système reste
that
à process. C'est une très belle méthode, c'est une très bonne méthode
the
qui
red star
peut,
process
qui
is
va
a
et qui
good
devrait en
method
principe
that can work.
encourager chacun à
That
s'améliorer
can
en
also
langue
help
des signes, mais aussi s'améliorer
encourage
en
everyone to
écriture, en
improve in
lecture
sign
et tout ce
language.
que cela comporte.
And
Vraiment,
all these
pour avoir des interprètes, vraiment,
have
c'est déjà énorme.
all these
On pourrait
kind of
former aussi des
interpreters is
interprètes à
good.
avoir ça,
So we should
à
also
avoir cette
train
capacité à pouvoir
interpreters
connaître
to
le
know
RSP. Et
all
pourquoi ne pas aussi aller
these
vendre
things.
notre expertise en
So
Europe?
if we've learned all these
Nous
things, can we
pouvons
not
aussi aller en
sell it
Europe
in
montrer ce
Europe?
que
Can we
nous
not
savons
sell
faire. Il
it
est possible.
in other parts
Oui, nous
of the
avons
world?
différentes langues représentées en Afrique. L'Afrique est riche. On pourrait aussi,
Africa
de par
is
cette diversité culturelle, aller et se vanter, être
So
fier
with
d'aller
all what we are
montrer
learning,
au reste du monde que les Africains
We can go and
progressent
sell
énormément.
it throughout the world.
Exemple, prenons le cas des différents interprètes qui interviennent.
Let's take the example of all the interpreters that
Quelle
are
que
present.
soit la situation, le discours,
Whatever
il y a
be
toujours un interprète
the
qualifié,
interpreter,
que
there's
ce soit
always a
en
qualified
langue des
interpreter.
sud-africaine, français, il y a
It can
toujours
be
des
it
experts.
in
Et vraiment,
French,
merci
English
à M.
or sign
Sanger de
language.
DEAFNET
Thank
d'avoir mis
you,
en
Mr.
avant
Sanger,
l'expertise, la compétence
bringing
des
all these
interprètes.
expertise
Vraiment.
in
Nous voulons
this
vraiment
place.
que les interprètes
We
soient aussi
want
dans le
that
processus d'apprentissage,
these interpreters
qu'ils
should be
puissent, avec
also
les sourds, comprendre ce qui se fait et
present
apprendre,
and
aller à l'école de l'apprentissage et aider
go to
aussi les
school
autres
to
pays
learn
à se
how to
développer.
interpret so that
Cela
they
est
can develop
possible.
themselves and also serve
toujours,
like these ones did here today.
Pourquoi toujours cacher les informations? Nous n'avons pas les informations. La visée de DEAFNET
We
est
don't have
lointaine.
information the other way.
Alors, nous voulons aller dans cette
We
perspective pour
want
que
to
cela
go with
soit
the
une
vision of
réalité.
DEAFNET to gather information
Nous
here and
ne
go and
pouvons
share
pas
it all the
toujours
way.
arriver ici. Ça peut aussi se faire dans d'autres endroits d'Afrique.
The things that are done here can also
Nous
be
avons
done
ces
in other
compétences.
parts of the Africa, French Africa.
Vraiment, je ne vais pas beaucoup parler, je ne vais pas monopoliser
I
la
will not
parole,
say
mais
much
vraiment,
here,
je souhaiterais que
but
le
I
processus
wish
enseignement soit mis
that
en avant.
the process
Et en
of
plus, pour
teaching
finir,
be put forward, and to finish,
une seule tête. Il y a un dicton africain qui dit une
there's
seule
an
tête
African
ne peut
proverb
jamais
that says,
contenir la sagesse du monde.
no one head can contain the wisdom of the whole world.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, all the
Participants.
presenters.
Je souhaite maintenant nous puissions, n'est-ce pas, fermer les présentations et prendre
We
le
are
repos, la
ending
pause
our presentation
café.
now to take a break.
Aussi, je rappelle,
I wish to also remind
M. Sanger a affiché les noms des personnes qui doivent aller vérifier
Mr. Sanger has
si
posted the name of those that
non, ils sont vaccinés avant le voyage.
have to go and do their COVID test before leaving South Africa? Il paraît que travailler. Sans que le micro soit allumé. Non, c'est allumé. Ah bon? C'est allumé. C'est qu'au moment où il voulait parler que j'allumais, ça éteint chez toi. Okay. Et c'est la pause, c'est ça?
nous allons commencer le travail. Maintenant, nous allons commencer le travail. Avant de commencer, j'ai une information à vous donner. S'il vous plaît, aidez-nous à retrouver le portable d'une personne ivoirienne qui a perdu son téléphone. C'est l'interprète. Si vous avez confondu avec celui d'un ami ou de la femme ou du mari, s'il vous plaît, essayez de voir ensemble pour lui remettre. Bon, l'information est passée et nous espérons que vous allez nous aider à retrouver. Merci. Maintenant, nous allons commencer une présentation importante. C'est une expérience qui montre comment un leadership peut vraiment aider à vivre sa communauté. 3 personnes vont venir ici présenter leur projet. Et nous vous demandons pardon.
And we are asking to be attentive and to follow keenly.
Monsieur Agabi,
Mr. Agabi
sur le projet de miel.
Shall make presentation on the project of honey.
Hello, everyone.
Hello à tout le monde.
We seem to be tired. What's wrong?
Vous êtes
Hi, everyone. Hello. Yeah. Now I realize there are people in the room. We need to be awake. We haven't closed the workshop yet. Do I really need to introduce myself? Because you remember me, I've just had the presentation a few minutes ago. Yeah, and my surname is this. And my name is Edgar Buire. Biwaya. And I come from the most beautiful country in Africa. I want to ask you a question, if you do remember. Who were these two wise men in the Bible? Where are the wise men from the east? Were there not 4 wise men? Were there not 4? Ah, there were 3. Okay. As I stand before you, I am going to make a brief presentation. And it is about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship and leadership. And before I proceed, I want to ask a question. Who of us have eaten fish before? Who of us has eaten fish before? But I think we are not really paying attention How do I ask a question and you all keep quiet? I am asking, who amongst us has eaten fish before? I see a multitude of hands that we've had at least an opportunity to eat fish. I must ask again, who of us knows how to fish? I only have 4 hands. That implies that many of us know how to eat, but we don't know how to fish. Now, I want to give an in-depth explanation. In the year 2015, wise people from South Africa, from the south, walked to the east. I didn't say that the people flew. I said they walked. They walked from South Africa to Uganda. Sanjay was one of them. Suzette was one of them. And she was the leader of the association then. They came to Uganda. And they took a physical survey, a feasibility survey, among the deaf persons, how deaf people lived, how deaf persons were educated then, those who had the literacy skills, and those who did not. In the visit that they made, they identified whatever they identified and traveled back to South Africa, to the Republic of South Africa. And with an idea on seeing how we empower the deaf persons who were suffering then. And basically, we're looking at how we empower deaf persons economically. In the visit that was made, we established a project, which is a beekeeping project. Do we know about this project? None of us. Today morning, I saw people lining up during break time, and all of us were eyeing honey, not sugar. And we were taking a lot of honey. Most of us were even leaking it. Where does the honey come from? Honey comes from bees. And bees have a very, very lucrative business. So in 2015, we begin the project in Uganda. And we started with 10 deaf persons. And why did we begin with the 10? I want to tell you that DEAFNET can never reach all the deaf people at the same time. So we had to identify the 10 deaf persons so that we would use them as examples to the rest. We empowered them with the skills. We had trainings. And then we gave them kick-starting materials. We gave them the protective gears. We gave them the hives. And each of them received, and they had to start. From that point, the 10 had to be used as models for the others as well to join the business along the way. And they had to learn from each other. And so we made a replica to make sure that from the model, many other deaf persons would start similar projects. So the 10 deaf persons that we started with, now currently we have over 80 deaf persons in the business. And that wasn't the end of the vision. This started as just like a wildfire to spread. We eventually, when the neighbors in Kenya heard about the story in Uganda and visited, they began wondering how did the Ugandans do this? And they got very interested in having a similar business. Deaf people in Kenya didn't keep quiet about the idea. They had to present their plea, and they requested for similar business, like at the neighborhood. And DEAFNET listened, and they said, we shall try all the ways to make sure that we really support the Kenyans as well. It was a similar business project. Currently, I want to invite a colleague from Kenya to really explain what is it that we are doing in Kenya. Daniel, you're welcome. Daniel, please run.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Everybody is asleep. You're sleeping after lunch. Who's interpreting? All right, I can see him. Right. I'm standing here for the first time. So I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Daniel Omboko. I am a deaf person, and I am from Kenya. You know that Kenya is a big country and famous. Kenya borders Uganda to the west. And Kenya, we to the north, we have south, north, east, and west. To the west, we have the neighbors. And the area of Kenya that borders Uganda is known as Kakamega. It is a rural area, but it's not just me alone. We have a deaf community in that area. We have challenges, we live there, but as deaf people, we think together and we come together and sort our problems. What does the Bible say? The Bible says that Jesus sent people to go and work. And so Edgar was sent and he came to us. But how did we meet him? Way back, we were just friends. We were just friends for many years. He was a student as a child. He came to secondary school. We went to the same school in Kenya. And then after school, we went our separate ways. I stayed in Kenya and he went to Uganda. And this is a good thing because it's beneficial to the deaf community, because he had that experience and he went away and he came back and now we could benefit. So we looked at what is possible. So we called all the leaders together and he came and discussed with him what beekeeping is all about. As we were discussing, we were also discussing what the future holds. And after long discussion, we came to an agreement that this is possible. So we took off. And then he invited DEAFNET. Before then, we did not know anything about DEAFNET, but he explained it to us. He told us the history of DEAFNET, and he told us how DEAFNET works to support deaf people in the continent of Africa. But this was the first time that we had this information. And we were motivated just by listening to this, and therefore we were ready to work with Edgar. So let me now explain a little bit how it was all set up. We started from nothing. We didn't know anything. We had no idea. We were empty in the brain. But then we know how honey is a sweet thing, but we didn't know how to make it happen. But he came and he had a lot of knowledge and he explained it to us. So he told us what we could do and what we could achieve. So through DEAFNET, with the knowledge from Edgar, he came and empowered the deaf community. It was massive empowerment. When he had explained to us how it has all started in Uganda, and with the people that he started with, so we also had the same idea of 10 as it was in Uganda. Well, we have many deaf people, but he insisted it has to be 10. So he explained to us what we could do, and then we said, okay. We then selected the 10 deaf people and brought them together. And Edgar, through DEAFNET, came and empowered the 10 deaf people. He gave them training, and they achieved the goal. So from our no knowledge, zero knowledge, we borrowed his knowledge, and then now we knew what to do. So there are a lot of things that we learned from Edgar. And this included how to keep bees and the skills that we do. So the 10 of us became very knowledgeable in the area of beekeeping. So next. You know that you have knowledgeable people, people who keep bees. So though we had to call them and add them together in our group. And the ideas of supporting, how do we get funding, how do we pay for resources, for example, starting with the bee boxes. You know that we must have boxes where the bees will be kept. And we also find the area where we could then place the boxes. And we looked for it, and then we bought them, and then we organized them in a place. So in a row, we arranged the boxes. Secondly, you know that to keep bees, you must protect yourself. So you must have special clothing, protective clothing, so that when you approach the bees, you are protected. You must protect yourself. And these are special clothes. You have gloves, and you have clothes from head to feet. And so all these were purchased and brought to us. Now, looking at the visual presentation on the screen, you can see how the boxes are arranged. And we also, had the 10 boxes, and we arranged them, and that included what you can see here on the table, or on the screen. We had to buy 5 of the attractive of the pesticides. So those are very important that we needed to have. So the 10 people that were included in the training, you can see them up there. And it is equitable, both men and women. And there's a balance between the two, and they were given a training together. So how did we get started? You know that Edgar lives far from us in Uganda, but he was working through DEAFNET to make this a reality, and so DEAFNET sent him to us. First time he came, and then we had to look for the area where we could start, doing the beekeeping. We fixed it. We prepared the place, and then he went away. Then he came back for training, and there he is in the middle of the screen. You can see Edgar doing the training, and he kept on coming and going, and come back to check whatever he had taught was being followed. Now you see, the small idea help us to change the attitude. Before then, all people just did not think about the bee, and if it was good or bad, they didn't know. They didn't think about bees. The attitude was negative. They thought, bees are dangerous insects, and they just don't want to get involved. And that it is only for poor people that you could do the beekeeping. And when we all die, how are we buried? We are buried in a coffin. So the attitude that people have of people who produce coffins, because so and the people who make they look at them as coffins. They look at the bee boxes as coffins, and the attitude even gets worse. You see, the deaf people in Kenya benefit a lot through DEAFNET. Before then, in Kenya, the deaf who lived in the west of Kenya didn't know anything about this. So now we have a good network, international network. It's from Uganda. It's another country. Sanjay from South Africa came. So we have good communication, and we have made friends. We become friends in the networking. So we should not be hiding ourselves. We should open up and meet people internationally, and ideas like this can help. So you also know that many of the deaf people do not have jobs. After school, they just stay at home. Their parents are poor. But the deaf can do can employ themselves by starting a project like this. This has changed the lives of the deaf people than just being at home and waiting and waiting and waiting. So work a little and do something, and then you can benefit. By the time we had the protective gear, and then we harvested the honey, we benefited a lot because we sold it. And this also impacted on the health of the deaf people. You look at that, that is honey straight from the hive. When it is ready, how do you know it is ready? You must come there to check, and then you can harvest. But you must have your gear, you must be protected, because we already have the knowledge of how we can protect ourselves to go harvesting. We did not hire anybody to do that. We did it ourselves. So we started small, but now we have expanded. So, but the first step helped us to come to where we are today, and we sell it. And that money is, of course, our profit. And this changes our lives. So you can buy things that you need. But without this, we couldn't have done that. So the DEAFNET has really helped the deaf in West Kenya to profit and improve their livelihood. This is a big benefit from DEAFNET. And DEAFNET, you're a perfect organization. You are encouraging all of us in the continent, and you're making us feel that we can. So please, let us all work with DEAFNET so that we can set up projects that can help us. And the motivation, our own motivation will help us. We need to be reminded. We need to remind other people. We need to ask the deaf people who have no jobs and bring them forward and introduce them to DEAFNET. And when we do this, it will spread like wildfire. Before this, we didn't know anything, but now we do. You can see the information that we are giving you internationally. That was brief explanation that I had for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for the explanation. I think it is very clear. And as leaders in this room, it is important that as we travel back to our countries, it is a wonderful opportunity for you to borrow a leaf from a neighbor. The empowerment that we have, let it be spread among the deaf persons in our communities where we stay. Please, let's not just enjoy the flights. The moment you leave the plane, please leave the comfort zone, because deaf persons are suffering. Deaf persons don't have the literacy skills. Deaf people do not have businesses. Deaf people have no support. And eventually, depending on the parents and parents and parents, my plea is simple. We need to work together, creatively, have ideas, and support brothers and sisters. Thank you so much.
Maintenant, nous allons s'il vous plaît, je souhaite que vous gardez les questions pour les poser après la présentation de Madame Irani.
You shall pose your question after the presentation of this lady.
La pâtisserie.
She will teach about pastry.
Hi, good day everyone. I am from Mauritius.
Bonsoir, je suis de l'île Maurice.
It is the first time that I'm here at this kind of conference, and I'm nervous but happy nervous to be presenting my information. In the 2016 conference, it was discussed about what Mauritius can do. And I must say, I'm part of the community that are Indian. And this is where I could bring this project. We were excited for the project to come to Mauritius. And it was focused on cooking. It was important for us to know that it was important for us to know what we can create with that patisserie. So in 2020, we started a new project. We had 20 deaf individuals that joined us for the training on how to cook specifically, not cook, but bake and be in the patisserie industry. We trained for a month. We trained for 3 months, after which the individuals had to write a test. Knowing the individual names of the various ingredients and understanding how to read a recipe. When they went back home, they could try and test all the recipes that they've learned. They could learn pizza making, they could learn pasta making, etc. And they could go from their homes and sell food that they've created. After they were then finished with their training and they were successful, they could then get a certificate. Mauritius was the first country to receive this training among the deaf. They were asked to have some money available to buy the initial ingredients so that they can start something. And it was just something small. And then they could sell it to their neighbors, sell it to the public, and then eventually realize how much profit they could make and grow their own business. What they created was beautiful and it was good quality. The next slide this is a picture of the first workshop we had in Mauritius. As you can see, the newspaper wrote about this beautiful project and came to realize that in this country of ours, among our small deaf community, that there were companies who were able to provide us with business, and they would place orders for catering certain events for them. And this was the first group that we trained, and they qualified. As time went by, we were able to get sponsorship for equipment, like what you can see on the screen, the ovens, the mixer, and more equipment could be purchased to grow those businesses. Next slide, please. That one. No, go back. Go back. No, back. Back. Yes, this one. No, yes, this one. Yes. So after a year of experiencing the training, each individual had been cooking from their own home, right? They've been creating cakes, pizzas, all catering projects. And after a year, we had a bit of a competition and evaluation where all those individuals came together into one space, creating their own recipes, whether it was cake, cookies, or any baked goods. They were welcome to bring that, and we had a test. And we could all taste each other's food. Making sure that you could follow a recipe, understanding the ingredients and how to create a new dish was extremely important. So they all had to do a practical as well to make sure that they could pass. Next slide. This is an image of those who have received their certificates. And they've worked very hard to get their certificates. I really want to thank you, as DEAFNET, the support you've given us, especially to Sanjay, who has supported this project in Mauritius a lot to make sure that we could achieve this amazing goal.
Maintenant, c'est le temps pour les questions. On attend vos questions autour.
Yes.
Thank you so much for bringing us towards the end of the day. And I want to say again, that the deaf people in Africa, how do you sign it? Africa. Yes. We've been painted green by the color of DEAFNET in Africa. Haven't we? Do you agree with me? Are you guys not feeling well? You're just sitting there. Ah, okay. So Africa has been painted green by DEAFNET. And by looking at this team in front, and of course Sanjay, who's not in front, but we'd like to say thank you to you for creating this amazing team. I want to make sure that we all remember that a lot of work has gone into making this project a success. And if it wasn't for everyone involved, it would not have been successful. And the beneficiaries are the deaf community, not just in South Africa, but in other countries as well. We don't just have deaf people begging for money. We are human beings. That would break our hearts if we had to sit down and only be beggars. This was an opportunity for us to create a life of our own, to choose to have a good life by working for it. Being a beggar of money is not who we are. This team shows what we can do. The beekeeping project specifically, look at how much money each individual can now make for themselves. From nothing, they created something. They put their time and their effort in to put everything in place. The beehives, the clothing, understanding the bee farming. And now, it's not just in one country. It is flowing over into other countries. And this benefits the African continent. I know that there are some people in this conference who feel that they are not being supported by DEAFNET as much as the others are. But if you look at where, we are all from, I think it's India. Yes, from there, she said, and she's part of what DEAFNET had to offer. And she looked above from her situation. She didn't just look down on the ground. She made sure that she could find new opportunities and see what DEAFNET did with Morocco. And there's also other countries that have benefited from what DEAFNET has to offer, improving the lives of our deaf communities. So there is a bigger vision here. And with that said, I want to say this team has done very, very well, thanks to DEAFNET. We need to look at this project as an example, all countries in Africa, because if this is possible in these countries, it can be possible in your country. It's not about leaving certain countries out. It's about still getting there. When we opened the conference, Reverend Smith had indicated that he wants DEAFNET to be there as a partner with all organizations to benefit the deaf. So you are welcome to come and be partners with DEAFNET. Don't sit back and complain about it. Come forward. You've got a project, let's work together. Look at how the beekeeping project has changed lives already. Thank you so much. Oh, and thank you also to DEAFNET. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next question. Hi, everybody. My name is Reagan, and I'm from Namibia. I would also like to thank DEAFNET. I've spoken with Edgar, and we are going to be working together. I know that coming here, I didn't know as much as I will when I leave. And I will be sharing that knowledge with the community around me. The Deaf Association in Namibia could not come here, but we would like to say thank you for what we can receive as a representative.
Maintenant, nous allons écouter M. Sanger qui va expliquer une petite chose.
Hi everyone. Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir tout le monde. I would like to call one of the board members, Professor Philemon Akash, to come and share his experience with the beekeeping project in Kenya. Okay, sorry. I would like to call Professor Akash because he was also involved with the beekeeping project since the initiation of the project. I would like to hear from him what was his experience and how the project.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanjay. Appearing to be a man with many hats, that I keep on changing them all the time. I've been interpreting and now I'm here making a presentation. Oh, it's going to be short. My experience was not based on sight. It was not based on how much I know. My experience was based on the taste. When the project was launched officially, I represented DEAFNET as a board member because it is in the region where I live in East Africa. So when we went for the launch, we had a wonderful presentation from the great speaker, Edgar Bewire. That's what I call him, Bwire is Bewire. And after that, then I had the honor of being called upon to now officially launch the beekeeping in Kakamega in the west of the country. And I did that with the hope that the first harvest, I'll be the first one to taste because it was me who cut the tape to open up the project. And it happened. When they had the first harvest, I was there. But I don't remember, Daniel, did you give me a free bottle? No, you did not. You did give me a free bottle. They're very business-minded. They don't let you test it for free. So I had to buy one, test it, and it was so sweet that I bought 8 bottles, right, Daniel? I bought 8. But at home, I'm also keeping bees. I have 5 boxes now. But theirs was tastier. But the 8 that I bought, I gave to my friends at the university where I teach. And after that, the orders have been flowing. Then I went to Daniel, but he told me that the second harvest did not do well. What a disappointment. But we are hopeful. That is what deafness is all about. That we hope for the future. And that when you fall, you have the deaf community holding hands and you hold each other up for the next harvest will be a good one. And again, when we next have a meeting, I'll be reporting how the second harvest was. Now, thank you very much, DEAFNET, for giving me the responsibility to be there when the baby was born. Is the baby was born or the bee was born? But anyway, something was born that day, and we have tasted the seed that was sown. We have tasted the taste of it. My experience was in the text. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Salut tout le monde. Mon nom, c'est Reda. Voilà, j'ai pris du temps pour me présenter. Je voulais parler concernant les interventions d'aujourd'hui, de cet après-midi. Je les félicite pour leur travail et leur présentation. J'espère qu'ils vont continuer dans cette lancée. J'ai cru que c'était du ketchup quand j'ai vu l'image à côté des... Voilà, donc je m'excuse. Voilà, je voulais ajouter aussi, concernant l'aide qu'apporte DEAFNET à toutes les personnes, c'est vraiment quelque chose d'incroyable. Elle apporte son aide, pas seulement financière, et l'aide financière n'est pas suffisante. Le plus important, c'est l'aide, c'est la motivation, c'est les idées. Tout ça, c'est plus important que les aides financières. On peut avoir de l'argent, mais on ne peut rien faire avec. Par contre, si on a des idées et on a des projets et on a des conseils et on a des formations, tout cela peut, avec ces idées-là, on peut avoir de l'argent. Et c'est grâce à DEAFNET qu'on a pu réaliser ça et qu'on a pu avancer et arriver à faire des bénéfices d'après ces projets et ces idées. Un autre point que je voudrais évoquer aussi, concernant DEAFNET, quand elle apporte son apport à ces associations, elle les laisse travailler, elle les laisse faire leur expertise, leur expérience. Mais elle rajoute à tout ça une formation de qualité. Quand les personnes des associations ne trouvent pas de réponse, ils appellent DEAFNET, ils les appellent et ils font appel à eux et eux, ils les conseillent, ils leur donnent les méthodes qu'il faut pour réussir. La formation est très importante. Et le plus important, c'est la réussite de tous les Africains. Merci.
I would like to congratulate everyone on their wonderful projects. I am terrified of bees. So I take my hat off to you for being brave enough to work with them. But at the same time, if I look at the business model that you have and the method that you followed, one person ignited a veld fire. So one person had the opportunity to gain the skills and the knowledge that's necessary to start this kind of project and didn't keep it to themselves, but shared it with their neighboring countries. And also, not only theoretical knowledge, but practical knowledge about business. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup à tous les participants. Merci beaucoup aux conférenciers. Merci à DEAFNET pour le soutien à tous les différents projets en Afrique. Vraiment, aujourd'hui, nous avons assisté à beaucoup de choses.
We've had so many trainings and much information has been shared for us to prepare the future. Things will be changed in the future. I also want to thank all the interpreters and I want to say thank you.
Avant de terminer,
Before
demande encore
we
personne.
end this day,
Vous avez trouvé le téléphone.
I want to plead with you, if seen this our sister's phone, please help indicate to the organizing committee so that they can give her. No.
Ok. Merci encore une fois à tous.
Thanks
Bonne soirée.
again and wish you a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Thank you.